the things to all the groups.
All the things.
And annoy people, because apparently people don't like knowing about content. Content is bad, apparently.
Do. Okay.
Right, so that's in all the Discord groups.
Time to build some spider teams.
Spider teams.
Yeah, I've started slowly accumulating some Crisis Protocol stuff.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, so I picked up they just came out with Miles Morales and Gwen Stacy, so
The best Spider-Man.
he's up there. I don't know, I really liked the Doc Ock when he took over Peter Parker's body in Superior Spider-Man. That was pretty entertaining.
I quite enjoyed the Doc Ock reveal in Into the Spider-Verse.
Yeah, that was really good.
So good.
It's one of those
The
things
Into the
where
Spider-Verse is really, really good, and I really enjoyed it.
I'll be honest, I
Good
think
afternoon,
Into the Spider-Verse
chaps.
is the best Spider-Man film.
I would go as far as saying it's the best superhero film.
Hey, I'm going to need a couple of minutes since I'm making the wife tea, but then I'll be all good to
Yeah, no worries, man.
chime in.
Make your tea.
And my wife is calling me. Be right back.
You know, I'm keeping up a proud English tradition of, well, she likes Earl Grey, but making it the
How do you
British
take
way.
your Earl Grey, Colin?
Well, she's the one who's drinking it, so she has a shed load of sugar in it. Otherwise, I would drink my tea black, but I drink green tea, so I'm very un-English in that way.
Green tea.
I have a cup of tea sat here with me right now. I'm going to put it on the painting can because I'm not painting at the minute, so people can see my tea and they can judge me based on the colour of my tea. Because
And is it very milky, Tom?
Is my tea milky? How very well dare you?
Well, these things matter.
My tea is what is often affectionately called builder's tea. But it's not builder's tea, because proper builder's tea has 2 sugars typically, I believe. Whereas
that sounds right.
I go by the bricktop policy of no thanks, Turkish, I'm sweet enough.
Which is hilarious, given how Turkish tea is actually made.
Right, so today's a little bit different, guys. Yeah. We had a couple of weeks off running D&D for us, which was very kind of you, JP. Thanks for that.
Yep, no problem.
And then last week was Baby Luck's birthday. She's 3, so I wasn't in town, so didn't run a session. And then here we are now, coming back. Alan isn't able to make it today, so it will just be the 3 of you until Riker turns up. If Riker turns up, I don't know. We'll see.
Always a wild card.
Yeah, but we'll see what happens. It is what it is.
Yep.
And AJ Rue says, I used to drink tea, 2 sugars, very milky. Then at 16, started to paint Warhammer Fantasy Battles. And then he started drinking coffee as he stayed up painting, I'm guessing.
Fair.
And Barry? Can't listen, but congrats on affiliate. Thank you very much. So during the course of today's adventure, it will be broken up while I occasionally give something away to either subscribers, Patreon supporters, or just people that are following the Twitch account in general. The following ones will be limited to people that are currently watching. So to win those prizes, you have to be a follower and you have to be currently in the chat watching, because otherwise people don't tend to check their messages on on Twitch. So somebody
That's
could win
fair.
something and never find out. So yeah.
You know, I feel like one of those terms and conditions, people, where it says not applicable to family, because we're not allowed to watch the stream. So, you know.
You are allowed to win prizes though.
Oh,
Just
wow.
Just got a sub.
Yeah, or be a follower. Like, I don't want to discriminate against you guys just because you're.
No, I was kidding.
Because you're my
The
puppets.
prize is playing with you guys.
Aww.
Everything else is
Yep,
just
the
a
real-
bonus.
The real
So-
prizes were indeed the friends we made along the way.
Because friendship is magic.
Well, because here's the thing, Colin. One of the prizes might really interest you. One of the prizes is one of the Patreon rewards that I do. It's the Patreon reward that you'd most like, I believe.
Res is always just going to be a pipe dream, never a
It's
reality.
You know, one of the prizes is you give me the concept of an NPC, and I'll put them in the campaign. So you might,
Joke's on you, I already handed you like 5.
yeah, but they're you know like not actually getting full character stat profiles and
Fair.
written up backgrounds and stuff like that.
What, you're not going to give my kid brother a stat profile? Come on.
Nah, man, I'm just going to use the Trollkin Thug profile because your kid brother's a bit of a thug. I'll be honest with you.
Fair.
You know, he grew up on the streets of, was it Cyril?
Somewhere in Signar.
Yeah. Okay. Fair enough. So
I don't know. The only cities in Signar I know are the capital and Corvus. So
yeah,
I guess Point Born has a city at it, doesn't it? So whatever.
technically, I mean, yeah, Cyril is the one on the west coast, I believe. And then you've got Highgate, which is down in the south,
Yeah.
but to the west of the capital.
You would think, having read enough of the novels, that I would know some of these.
Baines Market, where Kane's from.
Oh yeah, Baines Market.
Yep.
And here I was thinking Highgate was actually in England.
Oh no, Highgate is
In North
it's
London,
like,
mate.
It's like their big port military base. It's even got giant, great big cranes that can lift an entire galleon-size warship out of the water.
Yep.
And lift it
pretty
up the cliff to be repaired on, like via these like gantries that come out of the cliff face. Pretty crazy.
Fantasy settings.
Oh.
They're fun.
Another important town in Signar, Ironhead Station.
Oh yeah, that's a place.
Yep, it's
So you'll mention these places, and I'm like, oh yeah, I've heard of that. Oh yeah, I've heard of that.
It's a city inside the mountains, so it's
Yeah.
like an underground but up in the mountains city.
I mean, a lot of it still, at this point in the timeline, most of it still exists. Some dragons happened once though, and
no, they didn't damage the city itself. Like,
I could have swore they did. I could have swore that like a bunch of stuff like crashed through the city.
yeah, but it wouldn't have destroyed the whole city. It was just a bit rumble.
Fair.
And
It's
plus,
just like Godzilla walked through part of it.
one of the things I like about Ironhead Station is that it's the biggest concentration of dwarves
rulets outside.
of
Yeah.
Belgrade. It's like the Ankh-Morpork, but not, because Five Fingers is the Ankh-Morpork.
Yeah.
Yeah. Anyway, so what I'm going to do is we were last. Well, we should probably do introductions actually. We should probably do introductions. So probably go with the leader first. So Constantine.
How do you feel your soul is today? Because I would very much like to know. My name is Konstantin Karazimov, and I am the commander of this motley crew. And also, I care a great deal about your immortal soul.
This wannabe priest over here.
Not gifted, unfortunately.
Things change.
So he is a Cadoran military officer, aristocrat. And
That is
then
correct.
next in command, we have Jostin.
Justin Longreach, former Signarin reconnaissance service, current Grey Lanterns. I'm the guy with the big gun. The token not human.
Yeah, most of the time you are the only non-human, aren't you?
Yep, just the way I like it.
And then we have Adele.
Adele, who believed he was second in command thanks to Riley, has realized he has since been demoted. Also interested in your immortal soul for very different reasons.
He wants to use it for fuel.
If you don't want to convert to the old faith, then there are alternatives. It won't get you very far, but at least you'll have made a contribution to the greater good.
The greater good.
The greater good.
Sorry, but I'm contractually obligated to say the greater good anytime somebody says the greater good.
That's fine.
Because
I support it.
So.
Tangentially sort of related, my wife had never seen Spaced, so we've been slowly working our way through that.
Oh, cool. Spaced is good fun. And
Boy,
then,
has some of it not aged well.
I should imagine so, yeah.
Like, oh, the late 90s were a very different time.
Yeah. And then also in the party we have Balasar. He is a player character NPC that I control when the party needs a bit more extra muscle in combat. He is a Trollkin Krill warrior. He likes being a warrior so much he did it twice. And he was born and raised in Five Fingers in the mini Creel that exists on Hospice Island. Last we saw the party, they'd just been into the Gnarlwood south of Five Fingers, and they fought and defeated a druid called Drakios Quiet Oak, and he had a Wild Guardian which they managed to take out, which was pretty rad. Yep, they got their reward and are heading back home. And as they were crossing the bridge from Hospice Island to Captain's Island, they got stopped by bounty hunters that were trying to capture Adele because about 4 months ago he set fire to a pub without realizing quite how important arson is viewed by the city. So that's where we are. Sorry?
Real time, not game time.
Sorry, I didn't get the question.
It's 4 months in real time, not game time.
Yeah, 4 months in real time. It's 20 days we've progressed in the game. So
Cool.
we were on the bridge. Combat has not started. You are still in narrative time talking to them.
I know I'm blind.
Oh right, I need to give you sight beyond sight.
Are we
Sword of
retconning
Omens!
the battle then? Because I think we started it.
No, we didn't.
Okay.
And that's just me saying we didn't.
It's been so long I couldn't tell you. I didn't remember this part happening. That's how long it's been.
I think you'd gone.
That's possible.
Because I had to add your token on a little while ago. I know, right? So the various gang members / bounty hunters that are trying to collect Adele are reasonably sure, at least from what they've been shouting at you, that they believe Adele is the one responsible for the arson and therefore the person they need to collect to get paid. and you guys are currently negotiating with them, or trying to talk them down, or just trying to kill them. It's up to you. I put it in your hands.
Well, we're absolutely not handing Adele over. He's
Nope.
one of our party, and we're not handing him over. Don't care whether he's committed a crime or not. He's just 100% totally not getting handed over.
Okay. I mean, like, I did think for a second there that you were just going to go, yeah, it's a fair cop.
It's like, don't worry, we'll get you a really good lawyer.
Off to jail with you. So what's your plan then, guys?
Adele calls out, "As a nobleman of Lael, I demand trial by combat. If you wish to take me, send forth your champion."
You see a various group of them closest to the center of the bridge start glancing at each other and talking, but quiet enough that you can't hear them from the other side of the bridge.
Come along now, I don't have all day.
While all this is going on, I'm going to be dropping down and getting my bipod set up.
Yeah. That sounds like a good idea.
Because if this is going to start, there's a big one at the back that we probably need to deal with.
Justin's made his tactical assessment. So the big one, as you say, the Trollkin that looks to be leading them, says, "Try by combat." What?
My goodness me, how do you expect to take me in if you were so hard of hearing? Yes, trial by combat. You send forth your champion, we send forth ours. Whoever wins decides how things will proceed. Either I go with you or I don't. Could it be any simpler? Unless all of you wish to die, of course. I'm giving you a fair chance here.
Roll intimidation or negotiation, your choice.
I'm probably going to go with a negotiation because that
sure.
seems like
Whichever seems
more
best
Adele.
for what you're trying to do.
Of course, how Adele sells things usually comes across as being rather intimidating or laughable, depending on your point of view.
I'll go with laughable.
Yeah, you
Little
would.
of column A, little of column B.
So
That's a terrible roll.
yeah, but I now want the intimidation roll in, just to see
Okay.
if you were more intimidating than you were negotiating.
I don't actually have intimidation. Can I use deception?
No, because you're not trying to, unless you're not planning on actually fighting.
Well, not really. What would you like for intimidation? Intelligence, since they seem to be kind of stupid.
Yep, that sounds fine to me.
And that's a
okay,
13.
cool. That's a lot better. So a bunch of the lesser looking thugs seem a little bit less keen for a full on everybody fights everybody. Especially seeing as some of them have noted Jostin preparing his giant great big rifle. So they push towards the leader and insist, no, this is the best way. We'll get it done easiest. It looks like you can take him. And the Trollkin bellows out, "All right, then we'll do your trial by combat."
Adele
just shoot her in the head.
turns to Balazar and says, "Would you allow me to fight for myself, or are you going to insist?"
Well, honor dictates that you fight your own fight in this one. I reckon you can take him.
Justin, do you have any objections?
She ain't that big. I'm sure you can pull something off.
Captain,
He's trying to get anyone to do it but him.
Joss is not much of a. I mean, I can fight close up, but
Well, if you're worried enough about it that you'd like me to do it, I can do it.
No, I'm just making sure that nobody is going to object if I get myself captured. I'm
You
more
get
than
yourself
happy to fight
captured.
my
No.
own battles.
There are other things we can do, don't worry.
we'll figure
Yes,
it
well,
out.
just be ready to slaughter them all when he falls in the river. And Adele is going to cast his pushback spell on himself. The name
Okay.
I currently forget.
Fair enough. So, as you finish talking, the Trolkin leaps over the barricade that they've hastily placed and says, "Okay, then, let's do this." Cracking her knuckles.
Adele steps forward and he says, "Now, just before I take your soul from your body,
What?
do you have any children that you would like me to write to? Or our friend Balthazar here, assuming they can read, of course. Any messages you'd like delivered?"
Okay, I'm gonna need an intimidate roll for that.
Oh, he's just being courteous. That should be an etiquette roll.
I mean,
Yeah.
He's practicing
go for it.
etiquette dueling.
Go for it.
That's a 17.
She says, my family has stood around me.
Very well. If you have any final words you'd like to say to them, now is the time.
She turns around to the rest of her gang and says, "If by some miracle he manages to kill me, make sure you don't intervene. Like this."
That second part was very important because depending on what she said, I was gonna shoot.
Yeah, this will determine whether we take him in or not. So if he beats me, we don't get to take him in. So just follow what I say. And
Now-
with that, sorry, go ahead.
Now, I should ask you, you realize that dueling in the city is actually illegal. We may actually have to go outside city bounds, so should we make it to first blood or to the death? Or to
That's up-
submission?
That's up to you, pretty boy.
I
Are
like
there
her.
any lawyers around here? Any lawyers?
Let me do a law roll. If I can work out how to, it's been so long. There we go. That one. And that one.
So this is the bridge between Hospice Island and Captain's Island, and you cannot see any watchmen about, and watchmen don't tend to bother with Hospice Island at all anyway. You think that even though dueling within the city is outlawed, you don't think anything bad would happen if you did it.
There you go. Up to you.
Very well, let us proceed. I'd rather fight to submission. I really prefer not to kill beautiful ladies, but if I'm forced to, then I'm forced to.
She grins and says, "If that's the way you want it."
Adele smiles
Okay.
and casts bleed.
Oh right, so you're not even going for the for the waiting for the call to be and go. So you're just jumping the gun, yes?
There are no arbiters. We never agreed on an arbiter or on a second.
Okay.
She's already been gnashing at the teeth, so
the way I'm going to play this then is I'm going to count this as a surprise round. So I need you to roll initiative for next turn anyway, but you're going to get a free attack because you're essentially just going in without actually saying and go. if that makes sense to you.
Yes. Well, he considered the nod to be a go. So
Did
Honest
you-
should be satisfied.
Oh, for God's sake.
Oh no.
All the other people are still on. Right, okay, so you're essentially going to get 2 turns in a row.
Okay, cool.
Do you need me to cast bleed for you, or are you okay doing it yourself?
I'm trying to remember how to. It's been so long. How to add the bonuses to it.
What bonuses?
The boost.
The boost to hit, the boost to damage.
They are the little circles. I'll just bring up your sheet.
Oh yes, they already are. And it's the blue one, which is the targeted.
Yes.
Choose target. Actually did it.
Yep, you did no damage, however.
+1 from Constantine being there.
I'm going to say intellectual bonus is not applying during this,
Okay.
because he's not
I tried.
shouting and telling you, go for its weak point, that kind of thing. So, yeah, I'm going to go with a no.
I will be turning to the captain and be like, tell him if you need me to take a shot, tell me.
Yeah, don't worry.
That sounds fair.
I trust Adele, but, well, contingencies.
So, yeah, you've still got the rest of your turn, though.
Okay, so that's up to
Oh, wait,
42
did you cast
points.
it
I
twice?
cast. Yeah,
Alright, so
you
yeah,
can
you
cast
did...
spells 3 times.
Sorry, no, I didn't see it appear in the thing. So, yeah, your second one did 3 damage.
Okay. And then I'm not going to cast a third spell. I'm just going to let it reset to 0.
Okay.
And then I'm going to try with bleed again.
Yep.
It's 2 there.
Wait, reset to
And
0?
then-
Oh, you're not casting.
Wait.
You're not boosting any of this.
Oh, I am. I thought. How many
You get 4.
points do? Yeah, I get 4 each turn, right? And I
Yeah, how
cast
many-
4.
So did you just boost to hit then? Right. So the first one you boosted hit, but you didn't boost damage.
Oh, I'm being stupid, aren't I? It takes 4
Yes.
points if I boost and hit. Yeah, that's right.
Did you boost hit and damage on both?
We'll just say that the first one was the first go, and the second one was the second go.
Right. Okay.
Um,
So you'll be ending your
and-
turn on 4 for your fatigue then.
yeah, That's
okay.
right.
So it's her turn, yeah.
that's her turn. Yes.
Okay, she's going to charge you. And she is going to do attack you with an axe.
She'll ask you a very serious question.
So she misses.
Thank God she did. That damage roll.
Oh, she rolled 6, 6, 6, 1, so you know.
You know.
Yep. Anyway, it's your turn.
Solid.
It's your turn again.
Okay. Well, I'm dropping back to 0, right?
Yeah, because you're on 4.
Yeah.
Sorry, if you're
Okay.
upkeeping your spell, then no, you'll be on 1.
Okay, that's right. Okay, I'm going to use my vendetta because Adele doesn't like her very much, and he's in a duel with her, so
That is the
I figure this is
flimsiest
a good time.
you've ever given, but yeah, go for it.
He's in a duel.
Right, so Vendetta boosts attack and damage rolls for free.
Yep. So I'm going to cast bleed.
Yep, so you'll be able to
Yes, I
cast
do.
2 bleeds for the cost of 4.
Okay. That's concerning. Let's try that again.
Okay.
There we go. And there we go.
Alright, so first one did 4, 5, 6 damage. And then the second one did 5 damage, so 11 damage total.
How's she looking in terms of wounds at this point?
She looks on the ropes.
Adele is going to call out and say, "Would you care to stand down now?"
You've got Fastcaster, don't you?
Yes, I do.
So you can use a full-on like negotiate or moment like that if you want.
Yeah, okay. Let's go with negotiation.
Yeah.
That's a
You'll
4.
get a bonus to your roll because of the damage that you've done to her.
Okay.
Okay, so yeah, with that bonus, she looks at you with blood running down her forehead from your spell slicing into her flesh, and she's panting visibly, and she's fine. You go free. And she steps to one side and gets out of the way of the cart.
And Adele says, "You know, I was rather impressed by you and your motley band. Would you care to sign on with us? We could always use a strong pair of arms."
She looks at you. You see visible anger, and her brow furrows, and she says, "No chance."
Well, you know, I wanted to offer. It's been lovely.
we
Have
have
a fantastic day.
we have our own employers.
Bet
Well,
you do.
what about a drink sometime?
Okay,
Give her
I'm
the
gonna,
eyes.
maybe seduction.
Oh yeah.
First
I
seduction
will
roll of
attempt.
the campaign, I think.
Awesome. I'm trying to decide what I should use for that. Flex
Physique.
a little. I'll flex a little while I do it to use strength.
Yeah, go for it. Your strength stat is your best stat, I believe. So.
Yup. Oh hell yeah.
Okay, she's actually quite impressed, and she says, as long as you don't mind us going to back to the Creel where we can get some proper ale. She says, yeah, that'd be nice.
I wouldn't have it any other way.
She says, now?
Well, probably not now, but
Adele slaps Justin on the shoulder and says, "There you go, big guy. I told you I didn't like to kill the ladies."
I also slap you on the back. You probably almost fall over.
Yes, Adele visibly releases her breath.
Try not to hold all the and I make weird like wiggly finger hands at her. Don't hold that against Adele over here. They're good at heart. Plus it's just business, right?
She smiles and says, business, yeah.
Cool. Because I should get her name. Probably a good idea.
Trollkin name.
Crystal Blood Song? Huh. That's a famous name.
Mate, she would have just destroyed all, like, 6
Oh
of
yeah,
you.
no, we would all be dead.
Yeah.
I would have jumped in the river. Or just not got involved.
Yep.
We'd be starting our new campaign where it's Jocelyn hanging out with the Creels.
Turns out named characters in War Machine are pretty powerful. So she says her name is Latha.
Mm. Another person.
Adele takes the opportunity to smile and wave at her lackey.
She looks over at them. She notices you do that, and she looks over at them and whistles sharply, and they start disassembling the barricade at that side of the bridge. So.
And then Adele hands her a business card, casually, with Justin's name hastily scribbled on the back.
Okay. Okay, see you in a bit then, Arjo. That's Andrew, by the way, for you guys. He's having internet troubles. He's going to be back on later when he does some painting. So he's going to be painting along with us. Which is always pretty cool. If anyone else is painting along, let us know what you're painting. I'm interested.
I am building along, and I just am putting the pumpkin bombs in the hands of the Green Goblin.
Ah, some Marvel's Crisis Protocol. Cool.
Yeah.
I'm currently doing because GMs have to pay attention. So I'm painting the mud on the bases of a bunch of Reaper minis that are going to be IKRPG minis.
Nice.
Righty, so at this point, seeing as we've just finished this scene, I am going to do a giveaway to get us started, as it were. So I am going to do this one, and it is going to be for any subscriber or Patreon supporter. So currently there are 3 subscribers and 4 Patreon supporters. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to pick a number between 1 and 7 on a random number generator. Where's my phone?
I literally cannot answer that.
Well, why not?
Just do it and roll 20.
I mean, can I actually do? Yeah, I'll just roll a fucking
/R1d7.
Okay, /R1d7. I didn't even know you could do a d7.
Yup.
So what I'll do is the Patreon supporters. I'll do them in order of when they join, because there's only 4 of them. I know which one it is. So I'll do them first. They're 1 to 4. And then the 3 Twitch subscribers are 5, 6, and 7. Okay. And I remember the order they subscribed in as well. So the first prize. What should we do for the first prize, guys?
I don't know. I don't know what the options are.
Well, the options. There's a bunch of options. There's the IKRPG GM kit, which is basically some board tiles, a GM screen, and some tokens and things like that. But I think that's like a end of the evening kind of prize. There's a bunch of minis, some token sets, things like that. I'll tell you what, we'll do a token set because it's right at the beginning. So this is going to be for a Convergence of Cirrus token set. If you live a million miles away, you might have to help me with postage because I'm fucking poor. So,
Fair.
Here's what it is. So I'm going to do /D7, see what happens. So that's number 6. So that is Patreon subscriber that was the second Patreon subscriber, not Patreon subscriber, Twitch subscriber. My second Twitch sub. I believe.
Does that make you the Twitch Dom?
Oh, mate. Always.
I couldn't help myself.
I know. It's okay. It's okay.
I mean, Justin's already getting a little horny, so I mean...
It's okay. Right, so...
Horny on
Riker,
main.
then Abel. Veskin. So that's Abel. I know Abel. Abel is a good friend of mine from Riker's stream.
Awesome.
Congratulations! She was Riker's first ever sub, and I was his second. And we've been watching him for like 3 years.
That's wild.
Yep. I'm just writing in the other people that are currently in contention for winning because it'll be easier that way because I've drawn up a list of who's currently subbed. I think the next prize will be one that is available to anyone. It won't be a subscription one, it'll be a follower prize. And we'll do that in about half hour-ish. So the Patreon ones, I know the order that they are because it's just you guys. Just my 4 patrons. So for those watching at home, those are the 7, and the D7 got 6, so that's Abel. So she won the token set. Cool, brilliant. All right, so you guys heading straight back to base now?
Yes. Yes, we are.
Del turns to Constantine and says, "At some point, I'd like to pay a little visit to Vard, and then perhaps to the bounty office."
Yes, of course.
Okay. So via the magic of teleportation, I put you back in your base. You're welcome. So, was there anything specific that you wanted to? Because you've got some more wolf pelts that you collected while you, or did you sell them in South Shore? I can't remember.
Don't remember.
Ursa would know, being the treasurer and all.
Well, let's not worry about it then.
Yes, I imagine that Murta is probably feeling fairly tired and probably needs a
Yeah,
nap.
Murta, given the fierce combat that he had with that druid, where he basically 1v1'd him, will be going to bed.
That's fair.
So this leaves us with the rest of you guys and what you want to do. I think, Adele, you mentioned wanting to go visit Vab, make sure, because you wanted to help us sell that Cortex.
Yes, but first, Adele has a clarifying question for Jostin, and so he kind of steps aside and murmurs to him. So, is it Trollkin custom? Excuse my ignorance. To like your meat raw and bloody?
I guess it
Or
different
is
from
this
person
just
to
a
person, I
personal
guess.
preference?
Oh, you're talking about the lady. Well, she cut a distinctive figure. I mean, sure you kicked her ass, but I mean, you hang out with me, so of course you're a cut above the rest, right? So,
I'd
yeah.
hardly describe it as that. I simply, I connected and she didn't. And clearly you connected with her too.
Well, I mean, you saw the size of her. I mean, look at those arms. Good definition.
Very. I wonder how many weights it takes to get something like that. Probably a lot of bricks.
That's a. You're giving me things to ask. Scribbles
And
down in a notepad.
while you're asking, maybe you could find out about her employers. Maybe they'd have work for us.
I mean, I hate to mix business and pleasure, but if it comes up, I'll definitely pass it along.
Well, we are mercenaries after all.
That's true. That's true. Who knows? Maybe I'll win her over to our side somehow.
Well, having another strong pair of arms around the base is always helpful.
Alrighty. So anyone? Sorry, carry on.
Out of character,
Yes.
did we need Mac for anything? Were we having him build something?
I
Other than the
am
fishing
not
pole.
aware that he's currently crafting anything, no.
Okay.
Did you want him to be crafting something?
I don't think so. I don't remember. So, I was just checking with you guys since we're here.
I am going to go with he's currently not crafting anything, but if you want him to have been, then we can retcon it that he was, because it's not unreasonable that you would have asked him before you left for the woods. So if you do think up something you were like, oh no, we definitely wanted this, we can sort it. I'd rather not
Well,
just
it might be worth
march to
crafting
block.
a cage for the wolf.
Oh, sure. Like, he wouldn't have been doing that before you went to woods, though. Because you couldn't know that you wanted it before you didn't
Exactly,
don't
and
want it.
he couldn't know either.
Yeah. So, actually, that is a good point. The wolf is actually on your cart. So, I need to put the wolf in the base.
I had completely forgotten about the wolf.
So had I. So had I. You are not alone in forgetting about the wolf. I'm going to put the wolf in here. Okay?
Cool. Well, I think that sums up any Murta business we may have had.
Yeah, well, because his player is not here, his wolf will not be doing anything. Neither will he as a player. Oh, thank you, huh? I got some cookies.
Nice.
And actual cookies, not like biscuits that have been called cookies because of colonialism, I guess. I don't know. There they are.
That's for a biscuit and see what happens. It's very, very strange.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, when I listen to a podcast and they're talking about going to get like fried chicken with biscuits,
Mm-hmm.
I'm sitting there as an Englishman going, well, I never.
I've lived here for 3 years, and it still triggers my gag reflex. Biscuits with gravy.
But then again, we
It's
are a
not,
nation.
it's not gravy either.
But this is the thing, though. We are, as the English, we are a nation that says, yes, that's a pudding. No, it's not sweet. Yes, that's a pudding. Yes, it is sweet.
You did also conquer, half the world just to not use any of the spices you found along the way that you killed people for.
That's factually not true. Like, I will point you towards all Western curry.
I was going to say, curry is our national dish, along with fish and chips.
Yeah, and neither of those things came from England originally. Anywho, you wanted to go see Vab, I believe.
Yes.
For the people watching at home, Vab is a gobber that runs a scrapyard. The party have interacted with her many times, and they like her, which is rare. Like, did you ever meet anyone that you didn't kill?
Sometimes.
I mean, that's unfair of me. You guys meet plenty of people that you don't kill. Okay, so I'm gonna scoot you on over to Vab's scrapyard. Which I had to dig
I'm
out the
going to be
archives because I'd archived it as a page.
AFK for a few seconds. So,
Yeah, no worries.
thank you. But I've still got my phone and Discord.
Yeah, well, seeing as you were the one that wanted to come here, I'm going to wait until you get back.
I mean, we could just search the scrap.
Oh, I just meant that I couldn't move my token along the board.
Oh, right.
Still on my phone,
You
so I
don't
can
need to move
talk.
it along the board.
Okay, cool.
You're not in combat. The only reason I put it up is in case you cause the combat, Because I know
I mean,
you
we
guys
are
like.
prone to doing such things. It'll Adele more than anyone else.
Yeah. And I'm
Listen,
like,
sometimes we find giant monsters hidden in scrap.
oh shit! Yeah, I forgot about that. Yeah. So for people watching that don't know about that,
Beverage
Val
Farm.
has a scrap boat that she brings scrap up and down the river on, and they were just searching through it, and they came across a giant monster made of scrap. Yeah.
It was pretty entertaining.
Yeah.
It knocked at least one person into the water.
So, along the way to the scrapyard, Adele starts up a conversation between the Trollkin and the Kadoran and says what the various rules of etiquette on dueling are considered in their various cultures. And hopefully it carries all the way to Vab's scrapyard.
It depends how boring you want to be for them, but you could certainly make it take that long.
I'm sure that Balazar has a lot of war stories, and if he doesn't, Jostin will.
Justin doesn't know much about dueling. I don't know, I grew up in Signar, not in the Creoles.
Do you ever have a sniper's duel?
Well, there was this one time, there was a wily Widowmaker. And it
Was it
goes
a
on
play?
for far too long.
Probably put a bullet through you, but then you still killed him.
Yep. The upside of being a troll, a sniper can hit you a bunch. And you're like, joke's on you.
You just gave away your position.
My bullet is much
I'm
larger.
here having Metal Gear Solid flashbacks.
Hindy.
Gear?
Oh, which one of you posted? Oh, I think it was Riker posted something about Small Soldiers. You know, their '90s film.
Oh man, boy, do I remember that movie.
Yeah. Well, the thing is, he posted something about it, and I was like, "Damn it! Now I have to go watch that again." And every time I think about that film, I just remember that one clip of the actor that I now associate with being Tobias in Arrested Development.
Yeah.
Just the bit
David
from the
Cross.
it was the bit from the trailer that was on TV a lot when I was a kid, and it was like, "You put munitions chips in toys." That one clip was just. I've seen it
Gotta
so
put
many
them somewhere.
times. Yeah, I've seen it so many times. I was like, when I was watching it, I got to that bit, and I was like, "You said the line."
Oh man.
Colin, are you back then?
Yeah, I'm here.
Cool. Okay, so as you walk through the gate, Vab greets you and says, "How you going, guys?"
We're good. We're all good. Everything's good here. Thank you. How are you?
Right, Han Solo. Um, she looks at you and says, "Yeah, mainly been repairing the boat after the incident with that giant fish.
There was
Yeah,
an
get
incident
'em."
with the fish. Wasn't I here for that?
Sorry, the whole grinder. I'm pretty sure you were there for that.
Yeah, we blew up a fish. It was
You
great.
blew up
You
a fish.
blew up a
Cool.
fish, and it damaged her boat some, but she got it repaired.
Thank
And
God for
how's
that.
Tin Boy coming along?
She grins, a grin that only a gobber can grin, a very wide and toothy grin, and she says, "He's coming along great."
Cool. Cool beans.
Oh,
That's
wonderful. Anyway, I came to inquire about the cortex. You remember from the monster made of scrap. Did we ever give it a name?
I don't know, but
Old scrappers.
I think it was just a hunk of
What we do.
a hunk of junk.
Scruffy Doo!
Junker hole.
Yeah,
That sounds about right.
yeah. I think a junker Hulk. That sounds good.
Are
Yes,
those
a
a
little more intimidating than Scrappy Doo.
are those a common occurrence or
I've never heard of one. And I mean,
Sure.
I've been running the scrap barge my whole life, and inherited it from my uncle, and he never said anything about such a thing.
It's a shame.
So seems pretty rare.
interesting?
I was wondering if any of those eggheads over at the Fraternal Order of Wizardry would be interested in taking it off my hands.
Yes, well, that's actually why we're here. I came to inquire if you'd taken it there yet.
No. See, it's a little bit frustrating, but they don't tend to think too highly of the mechanical skills of gobbers.
Adele looks down at her with the most earnest expression and holds out his hand as if to take her and never blinks and says, "Well, madame, it is their loss. I could not think more highly of the profession you are in. It is art, living art."
Well, thank you, Adele. Well, I was wondering if you wouldn't mind taking it on my behalf. Perhaps I could pose as your assistant.
Actually, I'd had the very same idea, which is why we're here.
Arcane magic and gobbers. What on earth have you got me into?
Adele clears his throat and looks over at Constantine and says, "Well, sir, you could wander around the island if you prefer."
Well, what's the fun in that? Might get to make some jokes at the expense of some eggheads.
Need a target to shoot at. What can I shoot at? Give me something to shoot at.
I mean, it could be educational. You could compare cultural technologies, see how inferior this land is compared to the glorious fatherland, motherland, whatever it is you're calling your home.
GM voice. For any of you that aren't aware, the Fraternal Order of Wizardry is something that its histories go way, way back to the Orgoth invasions. But notably, every single country has chapters of it, except Kador, which once they formed, after the rebellion was successful, they formed their own version, the Grey Lord's Covenant. So Kador is actually the only country, civilized country at any rate, that doesn't have Fraternal Order of Wizardry.
There's a Fraternal Order of Wizardry in the Protectorate.
Yeah, well, that's not a proper country.
They don't count.
It's just a bit of desert with some zealots in it.
I'm hearing the phrase rogue state here.
I mean, yeah, you could say that. I mean, they just we gave them half the city, and then they went, yeah, we're gonna have that and that. Anyway,
They're always
so-
subjugating the indigenous population and forcing them to convert to their weird religion.
Yep.
Poor Adrians.
Well, it's that or burn. You can always pick burning.
Turns out, when your choice is convert or die, I'm
Ah.
sorry, we're all out of cake.
Yeah, I was just about to make
Cake or death?
I was just about to make the connection of what you were saying to cake or death. Well, we're all out of cake. My
I'll have the
goodness.
chicken, please.
Ah, would you like a white wine? So, she wants to go to the Fraternal Order of Wizardry and try and sell this damaged weird cortex that caused that thing to happen.
I don't want anything to do with arcane magic. You can
Sounds-
go ahead, you can go to your Fraternal Order of Wizardry, but I don't want anything to do with it.
Would you accompany them, or are you wanting to split the party and do your own thing? Because that is cool.
No, it's alright, I'll go with them. I'll just stand outside and, shoot stuff.
Okay.
Because I haven't got to use my gun yet, and I'm really eager to use my gun.
Just want to shoot the headcanon at everything.
Yes. In character.
Adele raises his eyebrow and turns to Vab and says, "Do you happen to have a old helmet and maybe a stick? Maybe a Laeli's helmet?"
She looks confused. What do you need that
You know,
stuff
just
for?
something for our captain to shoot at.
Oh. Well, we can just shoot off into the scrap piles if he wants. I mean, if he wants to line up some bits and bobs, I'm going to cause him no problems.
Messing with scraps causes me no problems.
And this is where I hear the words "roll initiative."
No, I'm going to drop
You're
my,
really good at searching. You've accidentally awakened a beast and now you have to fight it.
I'm going to drop my emote in the chat at this point and say rocks full. So, you guys making off to the Fraternal Order?
I am. I don't know about anyone else.
Yeah, I'll
I'll
follow
come
along.
Okay, so Vab is carrying this cortex, which isn't light, but she's managing. she doesn't really want to let it out of her sight. She tells you, unless you already knew, that the HQ of them is in Lord's District in Balagos Island, which is just northwest of here. So you guys
Have we been there yet in game?
Balagos Island, yes. The Fraternal Order, no.
Sorry, I meant the island. I know we haven't been to the fraternity.
Yeah, no, you've definitely been to Balagos Island before. Hi there, Michael. How you doing? So you head over to Balagos Island, and I'm just going to pull up the map for you. There's the map. Yeah, so Balagos Island is the northernmost island, and Vab was on Balagos Island over here. So you've gone across a couple of islands, or you could have gone across on the boat. It's up to you, really. Either way, you make your way there. So it's a fairly modest looking establishment, but modest in terms of the Lord's District on Balagos Island is completely like night and day compared to Hospice Island. So it looks pretty fancy. Hey, you're painting up some Warcaster. What faction did you pick? The door is open because it's during the day and business is going on. Some people are walking in and out of with their own agendas and lives going on. So it's up to you guys.
Adele turns to Balasar and Jocelyn and says, well, if these people are less than thrilled with, shall we say, the blue and green races, perhaps you two should stand behind and we could play a game. Who is the most awkward, most obnoxious egghead, as you put it, Justin, that you can see? And we'll turn this into a drinking game later. Sound good?
That's fine. I'll just be the muscle.
And we have Riker in the chat. Hi, Riker.
Why has Riker appeared?
Yeah, Ava won the first giveaway. She's not here, but she's a subscriber, so I'm going to run the same policy that you run, and subscribers' prizes are kept for them regardless. So, are you guys heading into the Fraternal Order then?
I think so.
If we must.
So as you walk in, there's an echo. Okay, 1 second. Let me know if the echo goes away. So as you go in, you notice that the furnishings and the apparel of the place are pretty nice. Okay, fair enough. Right. And a well-dressed attendant walks up to you and says, "Can I help you, gentlemen?"
I certainly hope so, says Adele in his most enthusiastic voice. Now, you are the Fraternal Order of Wizardry. How interested would you be in a malfunctioning cortex?
Malfunctioning cortex? Not overly.
Yes.
Not particularly.
What if I told you it could animate scrap into a construct of a... What did we say it was called? A Junker Hulk.
His eyes widen and he says, "Right, follow me." And he escorts you to a side room. If you gentlemen would mind waiting here, I will fetch somebody for you.
Very well.
So you guys end up sitting there on these fairly nice sofa chairs. It visibly creaked when Jostin sat, if you choose to sit.
Yeah, I'll sit.
Yeah, so the thing strains under the weight of you. No, he's a trollkin. He's pretty big. He's like
Uh,
a good couple of foot taller than a human.
Adele turns to Constantine and gives him the signal for the good cop, bad cop routine with a raised eyebrow, knowing that Constantine doesn't really want to be involved.
Constantine thinks it smells funny in here. It smells of arcane magic, and he doesn't like it. But he will be a good cop.
Adele suggests perhaps you could be the very grouchy one this time.
Fair enough.
So, a couple of minutes go by, and then a well-dressed man with a waxed moustache comes in. He looks upon you sitting down, and he's got this kind of posture of very, very upright and very, very looking. He's quite tall, and he's looking down his nose through some wireframe spectacles. And he says to you, "Greetings, I am High Magus Pirion Turpwell. I have heard from my associate that you are in possession, perhaps, of a cortex of interest."
Indeed, that is why we are here. Would you care to examine said cortex?
No, not yet. If you could recount to me what happened, what were the circumstances upon the manifestation of the phenomenon, I'm very interested in hearing exactly what has happened before I even look upon the device. I wish to have as much knowledge going forward as possible.
Justin, you tell it best. Would you like to do the honors?
Well, there I was, out in the middle of the bay with my compatriots here, hunting the dreaded whole grinder, right?
Yep, that's right.
The dreaded hole grinder. We had just dispatched the beast and were killing some time on the boat digging through a bunch of scrap that was on it, when all of a sudden, out of nowhere, up shambled this thing from the midst of the scrap. Had to be taller than an ironclad and wider than any Kodiak I ever saw. Well, we made decently quick work of it, but not before it knocked some of our compatriots into the drink. It was quite the battle.
And when it was in motion, how would you describe its activities?
Violent,
So there was a degree
angry.
of malevolence. Interesting. And
Out of character. Sorry, Tom, I didn't mean to interrupt. Did you say the pieces of scrap were swirling around it as it took form?
yeah,
Okay.
anything you guys can't remember, just ask me.
It's fine. I'll just make it up.
Yeah, I mean that works too. Interesting. He's gently twiddling the edge of his waxed moustache as he's listening to your tale. May I have a look at this cortex?
Adele gestures to Vav and says, do you recount any other details we might have forgotten?
She looks visibly uncomfortable in these surroundings and says, "Yeah, it also was shooting out scrap like it was a shotgun." And Perrin Tabwell strokes his moustache and says, Indeed, indeed. May I examine this cortex? Where is it, pray tell? And Vab unparcels the leather wrappings that she's cradling it in, and he walks over and pulls out a magnifying spyglass from his pocket and examines it and asks her to turn it over every now and again so he can examine a different spot. It's very notable that he's not touching it.
Adele is paying very close attention to this and trying to learn all he can, as he always does around casters.
So, after a few minutes of examining it, he says, "Well, we'll have to examine it further with some delicate apparatus, but this is a phenomenon that I have heard of, but have never actually seen in person. Quite fascinating."
Indeed. Could you recount what you have heard for us?
Yes, of course. So, and he's quite animated and excited at this point. He says, "So, when a warcaster is bonded with a warjack, they are connected via the mental link. Now, when that warcaster dies, feedback is sent along that link and disables the warjack. Now, normally this just renders them inert and you can restart them later. But sometimes, very rarely, if the warjack is damaged at the exact same moment that the warcaster dies, the feedback can shatter apart inside the cortex and cause this continued malevolence. Some might say that the anguish and suffering of the warcaster's last moments are transferred along the bond, and this.
Are you saying that the cortex could hold a portion of the soul?
No, that would be ridiculous. I never said such a thing, of course not.
Okay, I was wondering.
No. Just a level of the anguish and malevolent nature could have been printed onto the cortex's own rudimentary personalities, you see. It's very interesting. Very, very fascinating.
Absolutely fascinating.
Yes. Are you a mechanic yourself?
Ah, yes. Well, I apprenticed as one, but unfortunately my apprenticeship was cut short. You see, I'm from Lale, and we all know what happened there.
Terrible business, that.
Yes, and Adele doesn't look at Constantine.
Well, Constantine hasn't spoken.
And so I retain more than a passing interest in the arts and certainly the discipline. I'm always up for learning more about these things. It's one of my great regrets I was never able to complete it.
Well, the pursuit of knowledge is the finest goal that a person can have. So, I am not a stupid man. I assume that you have brought this here with intentions of selling it to us. Based on your appearance, I assume that you are some sort of mercenary types, maybe perhaps scavengers of battlefields. I don't like to presume.
I would not say we were scavengers. No, we are a mercenary operation, but one with persons who venerate knowledge. And yes, we were thinking of leasing it to your fine order or selling it, depending on what sort of negotiation can be struck.
Well, leasing doesn't sound amenable to me at all. If we were to take it off your hands, once we can substantiate your claims, then certainly we would be in a position to financially compensate you, of course. We do have a Leadjack chassis in which we test new cortexes when we produce them. We could try it in that and see how it reacts, and that would give us a measure of the state of the thing. Would you be amenable to us testing it on condition of purchase if your story lines up?
Of course, I would wish to witness such a thing.
Okay, marvelous, marvelous. Well, if you'll follow
And
me.
Adele gives a side eye to Vab with a kind of, if you have any objections, now's the time to raise an eyebrow.
She just kind of shrugs at you. She seems quite uncomfortable and doesn't really look like she's in a chatty mood here.
Adele gives her a covert pat on the shoulder.
Okay. Well, if you'll follow me, and he leads you through the building, out a door into a courtyard. There's various tools and testing apparatus about in this courtyard, and in one corner there is a laserjack sat there. Some mechanics are tending to it. The High Magus beckons them over, explains briefly what's going on, and one of them walks over to Vab and says, "Can I?" And she...
Adele raises his hand and says, "Of course, High Magus, you wouldn't object if our mechanic here took a look over your laserjack first. Obviously, if there were to be any damage incurred, we would not wish to be held accountable, or indeed have it affect the price of this cortex."
He doesn't look too keen on the idea of letting Vab anywhere near the laserjack. He kind of looks down his nose at her and says, "And can you vouch for her skills?"
My dear sir, I am of noble Lale, one of its highest sons. If I did not have full confidence in my companion here, she would not be at my side. Indeed, why would I trust her to even carry the cortex if she did not have my full and utmost confidence?
If you were playing
Do you take me for some sort of frillish, foppish fool?
Oh, no, it's fine. Just inquiring.
Yes, quite so, and I fully understand.
If you were playing Fallout 4, you'd see a little bit in the top of the screen that said Vab liked that. Yeah, she seems she seems somewhat relieved that you stood up for her, being just a gobber in amongst these high elitist mechanics. Yeah, if you want. My wife is backseat GMing. She's adding in words for me. Well, she's a writer, so that's kind of what she does. So Vab takes the cortex in hand and walks over, examines the laserjack a bit, turns to Adele and says, "Yeah, it's a fairly standard model. Doesn't look like there's anything unique or unusual about it. So it's a good test." Good test run for it. Also, doesn't have any weapons, which is good.
Adele chuckles and looks at the
Well,
High
I've got
Magus and says, "Sorry, you first, JP."
No, go ahead.
And says, "Well, if you would like to do the honors." It's kind of a vague wave to suggest Vab could install it or his mechanics, and it's really the High Magus's choice.
The High Magus looks over and goes, "Well, go on then. Feel free to install it." And then nods at his mechanics who were hovering nervously. One of them goes around the back of the laserjack and starts stoking its boiler. So after the Cortex is installed, which takes about 5 minutes, the boiler starts heating up, and then after a while, the heart fire in its inside the labour jack is hot enough to bring it online. It fires up. The eyes of the labour jack light up with an orange glow, as you would expect. It almost immediately rushes towards Vab to presumably smash her into the ground, turn her into gobber guacamole,
Like her brother.
like her brother.
Shoot it?
Dell throws himself in the way of Vab and the Labour Jack, wondering why he didn't tell everybody to chain the thing down. If there's time, he'll cast his spell to push the Labour Jack back. But either way, he's going to put himself
I am going to
between
give
him
you
and
time. I also want an agility roll to dive in the way.
Is that enough, or
Yeah,
can
that's
I
enough.
boost it?
No, you don't need to. And remember, you can't boost a roll after the fact.
Ah, yes, that's right.
So yes, you managed to push Fab aside, and you cast your spell up on yourself. You just bear with me while I get up the stats for a light labour jack. I won't take long on this.
I forgot after last session I'm finally defense troll.
You defense 12 at last.
Yep.
No, so cute.
I'm a real troll blood now. And I just need someone with a Creel Stone so that I can have still really bad armor.
So that's strength 7 with a fist, which would be pound 2, so it'll be pound 9 if he hits you. Okay, so I am going to just roll to see if he hits you. He does not. So the labour jack. Oh, thanks very much for the subscription, Maintainer Zero. Very cool.
Hell yeah.
Welcome to the Grey Lanterns. I'm just going to add you to the prize list. Well, not the prize list, but the list of being able to win those prizes. And we're now on a D8, which is pretty cool. So,
That actually can exist in reality, unlike a D7.
hey, D7s are fun. So, yeah, so the light labour jack tries to strike Adele as he pushes Val out of the way. Its metal fist clangs into the cobblestones of the courtyard.
I'll have you know, these sevens do exist.
I'm sure they do. The mechanics creep up behind and quickly fiddle with some valves that vent all the steam from the warjack, and it stops moving in slumps. But the orange glow still persists in the
I
eyes.
trust that demonstration was good enough. And Adele sounds very, well, as Adele does.
Yes, well, I would certainly agree that the warjack has a level of malevolence. I cannot at this moment fully agree that it is exactly the unique occurrence that would create such a phenomenon, but I am at least somewhat believing of your story. A lot of echo in the audio. Right. How could I fix that? I honestly don't know. Maintainer, is there a particular person who is echoing, or is it everybody? If you could let me know, that would actually probably help me figure out who is echoing. Thanks, appreciate it. Yes, so I would be willing to take this cortex off your hands. If you are indeed willing to sell it.
Well, first of all, I would say that you are more than welcome to fire it up and run further tests, but to chain the bloody thing down.
Yes.
You see my assistant here? That almost cost her life. I'm not pleased. Not at all pleased.
Okay. Right. He says everybody's echoing, so
Weird. I don't know.
yeah, I'm just gonna. This is gonna look a bit ugly, but I'm gonna go into the thing and try and figure out the audio. Oh God, where could it be? I don't think it's an audio output. Might be because I'm using the same thing. No, right, that's fine. I think if I change it to, yeah, so if I change it to the big mic, I think that should fix it. So if I go for audio input capture and put it on there, let me know if that's fixed it.
The magic of live podcasting.
Just gonna go off for a sec. Hold on.
Yeah, no worries, mate. Yeah, if you could let us know if that's fixed it. I don't know if it has or not. If other people could talk as well, just so we can kind of get a baseline.
Yeah, saying words.
Yeah, okay. I think the problem was that I was using the webcam's microphone for one thing and the laptop's microphone for
For the other.
the other.
Yeah.
So, like, because I'm currently sending my voice to Twitch and to the Discord chat. Thanks, guys. I appreciate you guys in chat helping us out with that. I am not the best at this exact problem. Right, so indeed, yes. So more tests would actually be appreciated. How long would be acceptable for me to use this cortex to ascertain its value?
How long will you need? After all, as I stated earlier, we are a mercenary operation, and while we spend time observing, that could be time when we're actually working. And
Okay. Well,
time is money, as they say.
my people could have it looked at within a day, I assume, if we make it top priority. I can certainly manage that.
Very well, but I believe that my assistant and I, and perhaps the muscle here, or perhaps not, should remain just to ensure that everything is above board. You understand, of course, how these things operate.
Yes, of course. That's no problem at all. So you will be
And
staying on the property for the day?
Yes, and our time will come into the end fee.
Oh, okay. Yes. Well, fine. Very good.
Wonderful.
He seems quite flustered at the idea of you guys hanging around their business for the entire day. He says, "Well, chop chop, lads," and hastens his staff to get looking into it as soon as possible. Like, he doesn't really want you hanging around all day.
Might I suggest chains, and we shall stand back. Do you have an observation area?
Well, you could certainly sit over by the outdoor forge. That would be appropriate. Not really actual observation area, but just an area you could sit.
Well, we'll keep an eye on it from the far end of the room then.
Yes, indeed.
Yes. Very well.
Okay, and so with that, I am going to quickly do another giveaway. So this one is going to be for it's the same sort of reward I give to patrons. So this prize is for creating an NPC that will appear in the campaign, as long as they don't break immersion. Like, you don't get to add something completely fucking wacky. So I'm going to do this based on who's in chat right now. So anyone that's in chat and is a follower can have a chance to win this. So currently it looks like I have Avelberry, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 8 people in chat at the minute. So I will just roll a d8 and slash r d8. And that's number 3, which is Commander Root. So Commander Root, if you are listening, you have won the adding of a NPC to the campaign. The scope is pretty wide. A patron added a character that is essentially, just to give you a kind of idea of the kind of thing that some people do. He added a hobo that lives in the sewers that can control rats with his mind. So basically, like the Rat King from Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles cartoon. And that was pretty cool. The other thing I should add is, if I can find a model that looks similar enough to your concept, I will paint up that model and put it up on their bio. So, I've already done the Rat King one, so he's finished. He's up on the bio for that one. So, Commander Root, if you could let us know, just that you've heard it. If you haven't, if you don't reply in the next 10 minutes or so, then I'll just draw it again. In fact, I'm just going to draw another 2 in secret that I can have as fallbacks, if you get my drift. Random number generator between 1 and 8. Generate. 3, 2. Okay, cool. 2, 3. Okay, so do you guys want to just carry on with what you're doing?
Happy to do whatever.
Yep.
I don't know what you have planned for the rest of the experiments.
So he has his staff doing all sorts of probing at it with long mechanical based prodding devices that you don't recognise. Various things are attached to the cortex with the top of the Laserjack's hull open so they can access it while it's still powering the Warjack. They seem to be taking readings and measurements from it. After about 6 hours, a few of them run off because the High Magus hasn't actually been present for most of this. He left you guys shortly after, making his excuses that he's a very busy man. And after that, he comes back about 2 minutes after the mechanic ran off, and he says, "Well, so would you like to hear what my associates have managed to ascertain?"
Certainly. Please do share. And while all of this has been going on, Adele has been sharing rations with Vab and Justin and Balazar. And
So you've eaten.
yeah,
Cool.
yeah,
Okay.
pretty much.
Yeah. No worries. So he looks at you and he says, and twiddles his waxed moustache some, and he says, "Yes. Well, the thing is, it appears to be the genuine article. The phenomenon that I've read about but have never actually experienced firsthand seems to have occurred that whichever warcaster was controlling this warjack must have died at the same time that this warjack took damage enough to cause the backwave shock of the warcaster's death to cause a fracture in its personality matrix. It's very fascinating. We will certainly be willing to take it off your hands, of course."
Indeed. And what sort of amount were you thinking of filling our hands with to take it off?
Well, I think 1,000 gold crowns would be an appropriate amount in this instance.
Adele tuts slightly. Out of character, is Constantine absent at this point?
Sorry,
As in Constantine's player. Okay. Do you want to play good cop, bad cop, or move the story along?
I'll turn to the Magus guy and say, "Is that the price of damnation? Is it?"
Well, it would be more a kind of finder's fee slash reward for bringing us a interesting piece of arcane mechanica history.
Why
Certainly
don't I-
something that we could study further.
Why don't I just take it back and destroy it? Wouldn't that be better
I mean,
for everyone?
if it's your property and it's your wish, you can certainly do that.
Adele clears his throat slightly and lays his hand on his captain's shoulder and says, "Yes, I'm sure we could. I'm sure there are also other people who might be interested in bidding for such a thing, Captain. Are you quite certain you want to throw away 1,000 crowns?"
I'm just going to look at Adele and very surreptitiously, like, wink or like make it clear that that's not my plan and that's not what I'm doing. I say,
Adele
well,
gives.
go
Oh,
on.
sorry, you first. Okay, fine. Adele gives a large sigh and he looks back helplessly at the High Magus and shrugs as if to say, "Come on, man."
Will that be like a negotiation?
Yeah, you'd actually have to negotiate. Because currently you're just like making a pointed look at him. You've not actually like tried to actually.
You're
Then
asking, you're
Go
asking
on.
me to let a thing that I personally find abhorrent into the hands of people who will use it for purposes that I find abhorrent. Now, every man has his price, but my eternal soul is worth more than 1,000 gold crowns.
Well, I certainly wouldn't want to imperil your immortal soul, but sir, you are free to leave. I will not stop you from taking it. It is your property after all.
Well, maybe some sort of compromise could be reached. Tell me, good High Magus, would you happen to have any other artifacts that perhaps we could use towards ridding the world of other more perilous evils? Um, sort of maybe an object of mechanica and a small amount of crowns. Would that be acceptable, Captain?
would be interested to see what that amount was.
Well, my initial offer is my offer. But I understand your hesitancy and reluctance, and would certainly not wish you to sorry, I'm struggling with the word, to compromise your religious beliefs. I understand how strongly they are held, and would definitely not wish to offend you, sir. I will have one of my staff provide you with a hot evening meal, and I will bid you good day.
Adele holds out his hand and says, "Wait, please, please. I'm sure we can reach some sort of understanding. Captain, 1,000 gold would go a long way to helping the cause. Don't you think?"
Well, the cause is a good one.
And what causes this?
I leave you to decide on such things. I'm having nothing more to do with this. Walk out.
Well, currently we're trying to purge crooks from the islands. Um,
Oh, a worthy cause indeed.
yes. We've already run across several Mechanithrals and cleared out their enclaves.
Oh, you have? Interesting.
Yes, indeed. And Adele begins to tell him the story of the cave-in, and he ignores Riley being integrated with the brother, but he describes the tri-headed construct. And he ends with, "So you see, my captain is a little more, I don't want to use the word flighty or jumpy, but he's a little more zealous than he ordinarily would be."
Yes, indeed. It does seem to have unsettled the good fellow. I take it it was not a particularly nice encounter for him with this Junker Hulk, as you call it.
No, no, indeed it wasn't. In fact, we almost lost several of our company, but fortunately, we didn't.
Well, you do sound very capable.
Well, thank you. But yes, I would be perfectly satisfied with 1,000 gold.
Vab kicks your foot.
But I believe that the rest of my company might not. So, is there any way we could up the price to maybe 1,500, perhaps? You did say it was an exceptionally rare experience, and one which you had heard of, but you'd never fully seen in your lifetime.
Yes, and that is true, but we are not exactly an affluent chapter of the Fraternal Order of Wizardry. No, I'm afraid 1,000 is all I can offer.
You really don't have anything else that you could offer?
This is
any
5 things
Mechanica?
after all. We're not exactly a big branch.
But surely you could send it off to a bigger branch. Surely they would be most interested.
Oh, certainly
not
not.
secure
And
a
then they make
promotion?
the discoveries? Of course not.
Ah, yes.
This could be the very thing that gets me out of this backwater town.
Well, in that case, perhaps we could find some sort of alternative arrangement. If you can only provide 1,000 now, perhaps
Well, you
could,
say only,
agree-
but 1,000 is a lot of money, good sir.
my dear sir,
You could
we
live
were
like a king
an affluent.
for a year on 1,000 gold.
Yes, I could as an individual, but we were an affluent country. We were the Grey Lanterns. You must have heard of our crushing defeat
No,
only
I don't
a
believe
month
that I have.
ago. Well, we operated several jacks, you see, and we lost the majority of them and over 200 members of our company, including the officer corps. In fact, only I and the good captain remained.
Well, I tell you
So
what,
you see-
instead of the gold, I could offer you the next Warjack Cortex that we produce. We don't produce many per year, but I could offer you the next one that we produce.
Well, that is actually a highly interesting offer. Would you allow me a moment to confer with my companions and try to convince my captain of your generosity?
Well, yes, certainly. I mean, don't dally, though. It's getting late.
Indeed,
Yeah.
indeed. And as soon as he's out of the room or out of earshot, Adele drops to one knee, so he's slightly below eye level with Vab, and says, "How much gold can we give you for the core, since we were the ones who slew it and we were on your boat?
Yeah,
What
but
kind
it
of
was.
arrangement can we make?"
But it is my property, remember?
Yes, and they never would have taken it from you. What? Give me a number. Give me a figure here.
I tell you what, you boys have done right by me. You protected me when I got attacked. You didn't bail out on me when that fish attacked us. Get what you can for it.
Well, a war jack vortex would be of use to our company. I don't know if we would be willing to sell it, which is why I'm asking you how much gold we could give you in compensation.
No, I said whatever you can get for it is yours.
Oh, that's truly generous of you, Bab.
Just out of interest, if we were to get a new functioning cortex,
Yep.
how much is that worth?
It depends on the grade of cortex, but just to give you a overview, just looking it up for you. Right, so cortex is the cheapest one is 100 gold, but that is like really simple laserjack. Then you've got the one that comes stock in a laserjack that the one that a field mechanic career starts with is a Ferrum Cortex, and that's 1,000 gold. An Arum Cortex, which is a Warjack Cortex, is 2,500, and an Arcanum Cortex is the best Cortex in the game, and that's 4,500.
So it's kind of a gamble that maybe they'll
He
give us
said,
something that's
he
worth it.
specifically said Warjack.
Okay.
Yeah,
So
he did.
that indicates Arum or above. So
Fair.
it's either an Arum grade Cortex or an Arcanum grade Cortex. So either 2,500 gold or 4,500 gold.
I mean,
Out
seems
of
worth.
character, I think we should take the cortex. What do you guys think?
Yeah, I mean the
Um,
cortex is a pretty big. If we had more of a time frame on like when they would like be doing one,
Yeah. Also, it's Varbs, isn't it?
She just literally said you could have it.
Okay.
As her thanks for your friendship.
But yeah, it's a lot of money for us to take or a lot of worth for something to take without giving her anything in return.
You saved
Yeah.
her life.
So why don't we give her some gold? We could run some missions for her, or run some missions and give her a portion of that.
well, we can even give her a cut of what we're getting from this. Like, give her like I don't know a
I'm
percentage.
assuming with a cortex, so we'll actually build a warjack or find one and put our cortex in it and use it as a weapon.
We'd have to find another Warjack. Oh, hold on. If we're going to, if we were going to use the cortex, could we not put the cortex from Hodge into Timboy?
I mean, yeah, if you wanted, but like Tim Boy isn't yours.
No, but I mean that seems like a reasonable thing to
Except
do.
Hodge is an old member of the Grey Lanterns with memories who's been serving the company for a long time.
Longer
So-
than any of you, actually.
That's funny.
Well, that,
I mean, Adele would have reservations about that.
just so you know, that the Warjack that you guys currently own is well over 100 years old.
Wow.
I foresee the old Warjack teaching the new Warjack stuff, and it will be hilarious.
Yeah, fair enough. Okay, well, look, I'm happy to do whatever the majority feel like they should do.
I say we get the Warjack Cortex and we give Fab a cut of the party gold or whatever, or we
Like future
compensate her in
jobs.
some way. Yeah, that kind of thing. Maybe we say that we'll do a few favors for her if she ever needs us. You know, just call us free of charge. We'll come and help out with whatever.
So you're going to hoggle her. Should you need us? Cool.
Yeah, I'm fine with it. I have no issues.
Unless you guys have a better idea.
If we think our cash flow situation is fine as it is now and that we can afford to do it, I say we do it.
We have got our cash flow situation is pretty good at the moment.
Yeah.
I will just check. So, your current party funds, you have. This is aside from your personal funds. You have 54 gold, 9 silver, 19 copper. Okay. So, what you choose to do is up to you.
Okay. Right. The Warjack Cortex is potentially going to be as long as a month or a couple of months,
You don't
and
know.
we haven't. Yeah, well, potentially it could be. We've already got a Warjack with a functioning Cortex, which we don't want to replace because reasons. Do we want money now, or do we want Cortex later?
If we get the Cortex later, it will give us time to actually acquire the chassis and other bits for a Warjack, and it can be a long-term project for the party. If we have the money now, we'll just go out and spend it on stuff. So,
Like a jetpack.
Rocket boots.
Rocket boots! New
I
plan,
mean-
guys. Rocket boots for everyone.
Rocket boots are a thing. It's up to you guys.
Okay. Let's ask for the Cortex then, and also ask him how long it's likely to be.
So when he comes back over to talk to you, you let him know that, and he says, "Well, I did say the next one. I could have it ready. Well, they're currently working on one now. It will be ready in a few days, I should imagine.
Neat.
A week?
At worst, a week. Yes.
Adele offers his hand.
If there are any inconveniences, it might be a week, but should only be 3 days, maybe. I don't know. If you give us a location or place that we can contact you or arrange delivery, we will certainly sort that out."
And out whips another business card, along with
Okay.
the offered hand.
Alrighty.
And Adele will shake the High Maker's hand vigorously if he accepts.
All sorted?
Yeah.
I believe so.
Alrighty then. So you guys have been given the promise of a Warjack's Cortex. So,
Should we make up a contract just so Mercer is happy?
You don't need to. I mean, you can if you want, but you don't need to.
Adele is going to create a rough draft and just ask for High Magus's scribble just to keep Murta happy.
Okay, he does that for you. So, it's 10 o'clock. So typically at 10 o'clock we have a quick break so everybody has a chance to go get themselves a drink, use the facilities. And just before I go on break, I'm going to do another giveaway. I think this time we will do one of the IKRPG Games Master Toolkits, which is a it's a what's it called? Oh, a GM screen. It's got tokens and things. It's a good kit. I've got one myself. I use it. So that one is going to be for subscribers and Patreon supporters only. Another thing I should mention, just to anyone that happens to be maybe on the fence, this terrain here, which I'm going to show off on the painting cam, I created as part of Rikazein's terrain competition he's currently running. So it's going to be entered in that, and the judging is at the end of August, so a couple of weeks from now. I will be giving this away to one of my Patreon supporters or Twitch subscribers. They'll be randomly picked on like the first stream I do in. There you go. Riker said it in chat. August 30th is the judging for the train competition. So you might win a winning entry. I can hope. And the first stream I do after the judging, I'll be giving away to somebody that has supported on Patreon or subscribed on Twitch. So it gets you in to win competitions today, and it gets you in to win potentially the train at the start of next month. So I'm going to roll a d8 because there was 8 people in the running for this one. So I need to go back to the chat and /R d8. And this is number 3, which is David. It's you, mate.
I've already got one of those, so put it back in the pot. I'm quite happy not to have that.
Okay, well, I will sort you with a different prize after the stream. I'll speak to you about it tomorrow.
Yeah, cool.
Because you still won, so I still want to give you something else instead. So, are you happy with me just drawing it for somebody else then?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay. Yeah, I'll sort you out with a different prize then, because like I still want you to win something if you won, you know.
Yeah, cool.
It's /R, isn't it? /R d8. And this time it's number 7, which is Veskin 85. So Veskin 85 has won a IKRPG DM kit. Just going to write that down. Just so you know, this is just a small disclaimer. I'm pretty poor, so if you live somewhere miles and miles and miles away and it's like 20 odd quid to post it to you or some nonsense, I'm going to need a bit of help posting internationally. I have budgeted some money towards postage, but like if it's extreme, then I might ask for help. Also, if you want to trade prizes with anyone else that's won anything today, that is fine. Just let me know. If you don't want the prize that you've won and you want a different prize, I'm okay trading things out. Okay, so I'm going to go off and quickly make myself a cup of tea. Usually there's a couple of us knocking about, still chatting, but typically we take a 15-minute break. Most likely it's 5 to 10 minutes, but see you guys in a minute.
Yeah.
Alrighty. I am back. How are we going? Is anybody still knocking about?
I just sat down.
Alrighty. Do you think people were trying to angle for more than 1,000 gold there?
Sorry, say that again?
Do you think people were trying to angle for more than 1,000 gold there?
Yeah.
Oh dear me. It tickled me.
Hey, man. Gotta do what you can, right?
Someone comes in with a leading offer of 1,000. The assumption is they're lowballing you.
Yep.
I mean, like, that's the biggest payday I've ever given you. Like, ever. And you tried to greed me.
Still,
You tried to greed me.
Yeah, we're player characters. What do you expect?
Exactly this, I'll be honest with you. Exactly this.
if you'd gone in at 800 and we'd got it up to 1,000, we'd be like, yeah, 1,000, brilliant, well done. But going in at 1,000, like, oh, maybe 1,500's on the cards.
Oh dear me. So I've managed to what are we on? 4 times 6. Wow. So 24 small base models and 6 medium base models. I've painted the dirt on their bases.
Nice.
Dirt.
While we've been doing this, yeah, I tend to try and do mindless, boring painting while I'm GMing.
Yeah, that's fair enough.
So, like, I live in a rented flat, so I don't use spray paints. So, like, most of the stuff I do while I'm GMing is like brush undercoating.
Yeah.
It takes ages. It's mindless. I don't have to think about it. So it's like it's not like it's interrupting my GMing. You know, I'm not like
Yeah.
drawing mental attention away. I've never tried to paint detailed stuff while I've been doing this because I don't know if I'd be able to split my attention that much. But I don't know. Depends on how
That's
much you guys roleplay amongst yourselves.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I did
How
love
much
the. Do any of you watch Brooklyn Nine-Nine?
I've seen a couple of episodes, but I'm not, like, massively into it.
Yeah,
Yeah.
there's a D&D meme that I saw recently. It says when the GM asks the players to RP amongst themselves and then they don't, and there's a picture of Captain Holt going, "Why aren't any of you having fun? I specifically requested it."
Yeah. No,
Yeah.
that hurts me on a spiritual level.
Yeah, it tickles
Because
me.
boy, have there been plenty of times when I'm running games where I'm like, okay, I guess nobody wants to do that. Okay,
Yeah,
that's
I don't think
fine.
I've ever asked you guys to roleplay amongst yourselves, guys.
Sometimes happens,
Walk
though.
amongst
Yeah, I was going to say, you
yourselves.
guys just do it when you want to.
Yeah.
Like, sometimes you end up talking out of character about what your characters think, but then sometimes you just do entire conversations in character. And I think it's pretty cool. I like that you all know your characters like that. It warms the cockles of my heart.
Careful, you end up on a list.
I'm already on a list.
Fair. That's how I live my life.
I was going to say, I'm an ex-submariner. I'm on a lot of lists.
Fair.
I've also seen things that I shouldn't have seen.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, well, I stewarded for the captain of a nuclear submarine, so I went in his
Fair.
personal cabin, and documents were just lying there.
Yeah. I have a friend who, she was intelligence, and boy, there's a lot of times that she has to be like, I need to stop talking, or else I'll tell you something I can't.
It just reminds me of Hagrid. I should not have said that.
Yep, basically.
I definitely shouldn't have said that. Yeah. one thing I do like about you guys as players, though, is you don't tend to metagame too much. Like, when I go, oh, and this is a... Like, if I accidentally describe a door for half a second too long, you're not going to freak the fuck out. The amount of times I see people do that, and I'm like, oh man, the GM was only just describing a fucking door.
Yep.
I poked the door with my stick. It's just nothing happens.
Well, it's because we're not playing like old school style hyper Gygaxian meat grinder D&D.
Yeah. I mean,
I've never been in a conversation before that had the phrase hypermonk Gygaxian within it.
Well, congratulations, you've
But I
won.
knew what it meant, so that's good.
Yeah.
now you have.
I'm that kind of nerd that uses phrases like Gygaxian.
Well, I mean, like, there is that kind of balance of what do people prefer. You know, the dungeon crawly. Your character motivation is you are in a dungeon. There is treasure. Or,
Yep.
or do you want you are there for a reason? You know, there
Yeah.
is
Well,
stakes.
in my every other the D&D game I play on the off weeks from here, there's a guy who that's his mindset. Like, he's trying to play it like it's Diablo, and the rest of us aren't.
Oh, that's
So
awkward.
it causes some friction. Like, he's an older dude. He hasn't really got to play a lot with people other than his family. So I understand. But boy, sometimes I'm like, what are you doing? Stop, please. No.
Yeah, I mean, I'll be honest with you. After the IKRPG 5th edition version drops, I will be looking to run a campaign exactly like a dungeon crawly loot into it. It's going to be the Right Quest timeline RPG that I'm going to run,
Yeah.
and it is going to be
Well, that's the thing. If that's what people know they're getting into, that's fine.
yeah,
Right?
and that's what I'm going to do because I think it's a good way to get that kind of cathartic.
Yeah.
You know, there's no political intrigue here. We're going to go in this spooky building and we're going to try and get some treasures and we're going to kill some monsters.
Yep.
If you go
And honestly,
if you find a settlement, there might be some, there might be some local political intrigue of, this guy done stole all my
he
screws.
stole my goat.
I need you to fetch it back.
Oh, I am your goat.
What? He got he got transmogrified.
Funny. Yep. I'd play in that. That sounds hilarious.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if any of you guys know Zillamandy, but she
No, I'll no.
she's she's a streamer. She streams like Right Quest games and painting mainly.
Yeah.
But she does the voice of Widget on the Field of Fire Right Quest
Yeah,
radio
when they
show.
do. Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
And she's she's shotgunned being in that campaign and playing Widget.
That'd be pretty cool.
And I'm like, yeah, that's cool. Like, I'm down for that. And also, it's the kind of campaign where I would break my normal IKRPG rules of no-name characters. So, like,
Yeah.
oh look, Boomhowler turned up because of course he fucking did. That's
Yep.
fine.
Boomhowler showed up and is being a bastard since he's a bastard.
Yeah.
I don't know the fluff for Boomhowler before Boomhowler 2, but were the original Boomhowlers, was Boomhowler a bastard?
Well, so Boomhowler in the fluff primarily comes into the fluff with Magnus.
Yeah.
It's why he's in the Kingmaker theme force. So whenever he's in the fluff a few times, and it's like Magnus has employed Crow and his cutthroats and Boomhowler, and they're going off to do X or Y, in the service of getting Vinter to be king again.
Yep.
So in the fluff, he's not a bad guy per se. He's just
He's a merc.
He morally
Like-
doesn't give a shit, and he'll do whatever for anyone as long as they pay.
Yep.
He's
It
mainly.
is funny how it's always Crows, Cutthroats, and Boomhowler and Co.
Yep.
Like, whatever. Even
were
into the
Magnus's
Julius
go-tos.
days, right? Like,
Yeah, they're Magnus's go-tos. He's like, I'm gonna hire him. I'm gonna hire him. I suppose like once you get to know somebody and you like trust that they're reliable, you'd hire
no, it
them
makes
again.
sense.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I've read Blood Kings. I remember that makes that rings a bell, certainly.
As a Signal player though, I'm so sad about Boomhowler 1.
Yeah.
I used to play that guy all the fucking time.
You and everybody else.
And now I'm like, I can't even look at him.
Back in the halcyon days of Merknar. I don't even think he doesn't even see play in Mercenaries. Like,
Well, he did occasionally until his big brother Boomhowler 2 came out, still had cacophony and wasn't attached to an expensive unit.
Yep.
So like, why would you
well,
bother?
between Cacophony and the
Repo 3.
covering fire spray and
Repo 3.
like Repo 3, like, what more do you want?
I mean, 4 up tough would be good.
That would be good.
Or
Just be
top
on
nine.
right now with you. Yeah, 4 up top, no knockdown. He just brings it. You just get to your Rusk feet. Well, 50% of your Rusk
The
feet.
thing is, David, that's what I used to have under Kane 2, because I just put height and reflexes on them. So they're immune to knockdown and stationary. Like, if I was playing against Sorcerer 2, I was like, cool, I create a wall of Boomhowler and Co. Like, you can't feat on most of my stuff now.
There is no Sorcerer 2. It goes Sorcerer 1,
Sorry, I meant Sorcerer
Sorcerer
1.
4, Sorcerer 1, Sorcerer 3. There's no Sorcerer 2.
No, I meant Sorcerer 1. The stationary everybody asshole. I did not like playing against her.
Because there is no Sorcerer 2. Doesn't exist.
Which is absolutely bizarre to me because, like, as a Signal player, I'm looking at it going, so you get double damage over armor for every single hit. That's amazing.
Yeah, it is, but it used to be an aura. No, sorry, it used to be a pulse, now it's an aura, which means she needs to get into harm's way, and because you can't power attack your own models, you can't do the throw thing.
Well, it's kind of why you don't see as much Veil one as you thought you would, because she has to actually be so far up there that she dies to get insight on things.
Yeah.
So
she's still really good.
It turns into a feat that when you use it, you need to win that turn.
Yeah,
And
That's a shame.
there are other people who do it better. She wants to play, like, her spell list is. I mean, it's okay. It's not amazing, but it's not a particularly great spell list for synergy, internal list synergy. Like, she's got Shatterstorm, which, like, Winterguard Rifleman, perfect target for Shatterstorm. But then another one of her spells is Iron Flesh, which there's nothing really in Winterguard Command you want to cast Iron Flesh on. So
herself?
yeah, I mean that ends up being what you do. You cast it on herself. She's got.
Wait, couldn't you bring the Merc unit?
Yeah, but you can't make the friendly faction. It's a friendly faction spell.
Oh right, fair enough.
What about Valajev? Can you use
'Cause,
Valajev?
He's wolves only.
Oh,
yeah.
he's wolves only? That's annoying.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's the same as the Signal problem. Like, you'd like to bring Mercs into heavy metal or gun mage theme, but you can't. So I think that was a mistake by PP.
There was a period of time when I had in my pairing with Iros 2 as an answer for Ghost Fleet and for Grimkid.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
She had ranged RFP and a variety of other little tricks that she has. But I mean, she's just if you make her feat back to being a pulse, she instantly becomes a lot better.
Okay, so we'll let you have that if the Signal version feats also become pulses.
What? Which ones in particular?
Oh, like Nemo 3. So he could go up, pulse on everything, So if it takes damage later, it's an extra dice damage, and then he fucks off with like Energizer, or he just gets out of the way. That'd be good.
Yeah, well, Nemo 3, much as I hate to admit it, Nemo 3 was double tapped and he didn't need it.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
I'll be honest. When he was changed, what I would have liked them to have done is fine, do what you're doing, but change the wording on the feat so it lasts in the enemy turn.
That'd be cool.
Then,
So that you're like plasma nimbuses.
well, we
to
don't
do
really
something.
have plasma nimbuses.
Oh, fair.
But
Well,
what we
there's
do
the
have,
things he plays down.
yeah. So what we do have is the Reliance AOE gun that stays in play, and the Stormsmith Grenadiers have a gun, a grenade type that remains in play. So only a power 10, so it doesn't really like if a Tharn Ravager runs or charges through the power 10, they don't give a shit. If it's suddenly a boosted power 10, they might give a shit. Suddenly, without affecting anything else to do with Stormshift Grenadiers or Reliance, they're suddenly interesting.
Well, as fascinating as this is, shall we continue with our RP?
I wasn't aware you were here.
Oh, I've been sitting here for the last 7 or 8 minutes, just
It would have
listening
been
to
good
you
if you
guys.
told us.
I
That's
did
funny.
like to interrupt. You guys were so into it that it felt rude.
Please, next time interrupt.
Real quick before we start up again, I cross-posted your stream into one of the Discords I'm in, and one of the guys apparently used to BS with you on the PP forums, so he says hi.
Do you know who he's called?
Let's see. Well, he goes by Byron Man on that one, so I'm not sure if he did on the forums back then.
I don't know. I'll be honest with you. The PP forums, that was a time.
Yeah.
That was a long time ago.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We'll tell him I say hi. I'll be honest, like, I stopped posting on there a lot of the time because, like, no one fucking replies.
Yeah, it was not great. And now when they kill the faction, whatever. Anyway.
Yeah. So, you guys made the choice of the Cortex. So you will be getting a Warjack grade Cortex in 3 to 7 days. Okay.
Neato.
Where do you want to go now?
Well, I think
Probably-
now
It's evening.
we need to figure out something about getting ourselves a a new warjack put together too now.
You don't feel like a 10 gold bounty is worth your time?
I mean, we could do that too.
I think we should go to the bounty office and try and claim.
I think that we should escort that back to her scrapyard, take a look around, and make nice with her, and then go looking for bounties for Murta to collect.
Seems legit.
No, I'd rather do that when he's here.
I was kidding about that part. I meant turn.
Alright, I was
Adele
going to
in.
say, because that's kind of his character
Yeah,
trait, so I'd rather not do his character stuff when he's not here.
That's fair.
Okay. So, as you are heading back to Ballows Island, you notice smoke rising in the distance. Smoke on Ballows Island is not particularly noteworthy, but smoke happens to be coming from Vab's scrapyard.
Well,
internally, Adele clears his throat.
yeah, perhaps we should double time it.
I mean,
Yeah, that's probably a good idea.
perhaps.
And then we proceed to.
I'm just sorting something.
You're good. Ba-da-da-da.
So I'm just just doing some what's it called? Elevator music.
Yep. do 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 do
That elevator
do
music
do
is
do.
too much. Too much, sir. Too much.
Oh, well, you don't appreciate the girl for Niba Nima?
I don't know. What is she doing?
Or, I mean, you'd have to listen to the song. I don't remember.
Her name is Ipanema, and she
Dances in
is
the
on
sand.
sand.
So you approach Vab's scrapyard. There is certainly smoke coming from it. What are you doing?
Right. Well, seeing as Murtaugh's not with us, Balasar, do you want to take point? And
Fine.
everyone else?
I could scout it out.
Yeah, that's probably a good idea.
Adele says, "Does anyone have a spare pistol or bladed weapon we could?" And he gestures towards Fab.
Yes, I've got a couple of spare pistols. Here you go, Vab. Have two pistols.
Vab looks at you, grins, pulls out a pair of pistols, and says, "My shit's custom."
I'm going to pull out the head cannon and say, "So is mine."
She nods approvingly. By the way,
The head
if anyone got that reference, you can have one cookie.
One internet cookie.
Yep.
Ooh la la.
It was from the Resident Evil movie.
No,
Yeah.
that's why I didn't get
when
it.
the Stars guys at the police office try and give this random civilian a gun, he goes, "My shit's custom." And he's got like two gold-plated pistols. Anyway, so yeah, smoke coming from the building. What are you doing?
Adele is gonna try and sneak, as he is wont.
I shall also schnick forward and scout things out.
All right, some sneaky rolls. I like it. Okay.
Adele is going to use his pushback spell on himself.
Yep, that's fine. Good to know. So sneaking up to the gates, which are currently shut, you can hear the sounds of heavy feet and scrap being pushed aside by motion, things being smashed and generally destroyed.
Oh dear.
How tall is the fence?
It's more than 6 feet tall. About 6,
If-
7 feet tall. No, sorry, 8 feet tall. Easy. It's taller than Throlkin.
If Jostin or Balasar was to boost one of the humans, would they be able to peek over it?
Yeah, Hideko, I didn't want to try and do the thing too accurately because the character was a black guy, and I'm not really like about that getting cancelled life. um, yeah, so yes, if a Trollkin character wanted to boost you up, you would be able to see over the fence.
I will do so.
Strength roll for Justin, agility roll for Adele. That seems appropriate. Oh, look at you, both
Nice.
rolling 13s. So, oh no, don't apologise, it's all good. So, Jostin heaves Adele up onto his shoulders. Adele standing on the trencher shoulder plate that adorns his shoulders. He gets to peer over the fence, and inside you see a bunch
Oh
of a bunch of
no!
mechanothralls trashing the place.
Shit.
Inwardly, Adele says, "Thank you, Jade."
Eh,
for those of you that are unaware, Adele, his character, the Faramite advocate that he has the soul of a dead Crixian Night Witch kind of character in his head, and she occasionally talks to him, not all the time, but occasionally talks to him, and in between sessions she told him the little ones are in danger, and that is what spurned Adele's desire to go visit Vab today.
Vab's brother's inside.
Vab only has one brother because
the other one got
Vab's
smooshed.
second brother got punched by a warjack into a wall and turned into a red paste. Vab's other brother was here to her last time. She saw him. He was here. He was here when you guys left. Put it that way.
Okay.
And I'm now doing detection rolls for the thralls because Adele's floating over the fence.
With
Already,
good.
they don't seem to notice you.
Well, that's good.
Adele kind of taps his foot on the shoulder plate to say, "Let me down, please."
I let him down.
Alrighty. So, what's the plan, guys?
And Adele relays what he's seen.
Okay.
Swell.
Doesn't look like there's anyone like controlling the mechanothralls at the moment.
So,
But
Adele
far
would have
away.
seen a brute thrall and 4 mechanothralls. So, you can choose what you relay, it's up to you, but that's what you saw.
Adele reveals everything, including the locations and what they're doing, and how they appear to be searching.
I say we get to work.
Adele suggests, well, perhaps we could anvil and hammer them.
What's going to be the anvil?
I would say the two Trollkins, and you and I and Fab could be the hammer.
That sounds like an awful strategy.
Yeah, I was going to say, I think Balasar can probably go in and cause some damage, but I don't want to risk anyone in the long run. Plus, I think Justin's probably best as part of the tip of the spear, to be honest, with that gun. Right, let's lock and load.
Well, just so you know, this is all that I saw. There could be more of them, and you never know who's hiding.
Well,
And then Adele turns to Vab and says, "Your brother, where is he?"
Well, we left him here, and I told him to tidy up the forge, and if he had time after that to continue working on Tin Boy.
Ah, let's make our way to him then, shall we?
If he's not an idiot, he'll have hid.
well, let's dance.
Alrighty. So you're going through?
Dance with my pants. Right, Balasar, off you go.
Do you guys all have sight, by the way?
Yes.
I see everything.
So you all see. Good. Okay, just checking. Okay, so arrange yourselves how you want to. I've just dumped you all down because I had to put you somewhere.
I'm good with where I am.
Yeah, I'm not.
Balasar's not particularly pleased with where he is.
Could like maybe down a bit. Yeah,
That'll do. I'll put
like
him there.
there. Ooh.
Yeah, that'll do. Cool.
Yeah.
Okay. Just 1 second. I am going to delete the turn order. Remove all turns. And feel free to roll initiative, guys.
Oh boy.
It's that time of the night. It's
And
that
once
Turn off
again,
the
initiative wasn't added to the list by me.
Solid. I don't know if mine was.
I don't know. I'll check it once I've done all the enemies ones.
That's fine. I rolled bad anyway.
I mean, like, don't we all? Oh wow, are the bad guys actually? Yep, the bad guys are rolling well for once.
Solid.
I mean, you gotta love it, right?
You gotta roll
when-
off.
You do.
And,
You love to see it,
Yeah.
folks.
I mean, all right. So who didn't get added? We have Belisar, Justin, Constantine. So yes, we need to add Dell. And
With
what
a
number did you get?
21.
Just 21.
Yes.
you
Shall
need
we
to roll off.
re-roll?
Yes. Yeah. Okay. So just roll 1d6.
Okay.
So I got a 6.
You're going first.
Well, it's not really me, is it?
I don't know. I'm pretty sure you could totally rock the Mechanothrall outfit if you really wanted to cosplay Tom.
Right. Belisar is first. What do you guys want him to do?
Charge.
Yeah, get in there and like occupy space.
Alright, he's going to charge
Like that.
the brute roll
Yeah, brilliant.
because that's what he do. So he's going to whack his great axe into the brute roll. And he does 22, so that's 8 damage.
Solid.
I forget if he has any abilities that are relevant anymore. Nope. Okay, so he does 8 damage to the brute roll.
Was that crit? No, it wasn't.
I don't know if it was, then he gets an extra dice. No, it was not a crit.
Yeah, it was.
Okay. So next in line is Constantine. What are you doing, sir?
So my plan is to have drawn my hand cannon in my good hand.
Yep.
And the head cannon in my offhand.
Yep.
Right. Just so that I can. Oh no, forget that. I'll do what I usually do. Yeah. Head cannon in the good hand cannon in the offhand,
Yep. Okay.
and then I'm going to shoot the head cannon at the Mechanothrall if I can. If I'm
You
in
should be able
range.
to, yeah.
Yes.
Hmm?
Yeah, I'm in range. Yeah. Cool.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Combat.
You haven't incorporated your intellectual bonus into your dice rolls, have you?
No,
Sorry?
I have not.
Good. Because I know Alan incorporates. He's got several different dice rolls for, like, if he does have backstab, if he doesn't, stuff like that.
Yeah.
All right, so you hit, and
some of
you
the damage
do
today.
6 damage.
I need to roll on extra dice.
Oh, yes, you do.
No, that didn't work.
No, head cannon was already rolling 3 dice.
Was it?
Yep.
Oh yeah, so it was.
Yep.
Never mind. Yeah. Okay.
Alrighty. Quick action to
I bet.
reload, or Or
And then the other quick action to reload.
Okay, cool. So then we are on Mechanithral's turn.
Mech thralls.
So this one here is going to double-handed attack. So he's going to do a two-fisted attack, so that is going to add 3 to the damage roll, okay?
Neato.
So it hits and does a 17, so it will do 1 damage to the 6 on Balasar. One damage to the 6. Okay. Balasar's like, oof!
Doesn't Balasar have retaliatory strike?
He certainly does. I don't know if he should save it or not, though.
Yeah.
No, he's gonna squish that guy. He's gonna trust that Adele can kill the brute thrall before it gets to squish him back. So.
And so the games of whack-a-mole begin.
I mean, he can't tough that many times, right?
Ignore that. I pressed the wrong button. Oh wow! So he utterly splatters this Mechanithrall. Like that's 13 damage, and it toughs, so it's knocked down. Okay. This Mechanithrall is going to walk up and hit Balsar in the back arc. It's going to do a two-fisted attack as well. So it hits and does 3 damage to the 4. 3 damage to the 4. 1, 2, 3. Okay, Balasar's hurting now. This one is going to charge Balasar in the back. It's going to do two-handed again. And it hits and does 21, so that's 5 damage to the 1. So 5 damage to the 1, I think. Do I half that or not? Yeah, he's going to half that. 3 damage to the 1. Spent a feat point to half that. Okay. And then this Mechanithrall is going to charge Adele. And do a one-fisted attack. Misses. Second attack. Misses. Okay.
Does he get pushed back?
No, because he didn't hit you.
Ah, okay. It's only on a hit.
Adele, it is your turn.
Well, Adele has been considering what to do, but mostly he's been directing internal thoughts, saying, Jade, dear Jade, what is your favorite color? I must simply buy you flowers. And then he's kind of aware of what's going on, and he sees his good friend, Balasar, being swarmed, and so he's going to cast Bleed at the Brute Thrall.
Okay.
And that's going to be boosted to hit, boosted damage.
Oh, wow. You rolled triple 1 and a 4.
And missed.
Yeah, you missed.
Solid.
Okay. So that
Spend a feat point to re-roll it?
Yeah, I think so. Let's do that.
I mean, I would.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a bit better. So 21 will do a solid 7 damage to the Brute Thrall. And your magical spell rips through the undead patched together Mechanica abomination, which was already weakened by Balasar's mighty axe blow. You hit something vital and it crumbles to the ground, a heap of rotting flesh and smoking green abomination of technology.
Gross.
Yep. I mean,
Bitches get bitches.
they aren't pretty. What are you
Okay.
doing with the rest of it?
So I was just trying to figure out how. So that will be what, 4 fatigue?
So you
Used?
and you and Balasar get a feat point back.
Okay. All right. Well, I'm going to cast bleed
So you got your
at.
one for re-rolling back.
Yeah, I'm going to cast bleed at the one in Balasar's back arc.
Okay, cool. Yep, so that'll hit, and that's, well, assuming it doesn't. Yep, that is a very dead mechanical. So your anger at the sight of your friend being accosted by these undead abominations fuels the power of your spells as you send magical energies to rip through them. So you need to take a fatigue test now, because you're at 8, I believe.
Yes.
So you failed, so unless you re-roll it and pass, your turn ends and you can't cast magic next turn.
Oh, I rolled a 12. It said meet or exceed.
Oh, sorry. Why is it on
I'm
7?
sorry.
You should be on 9. You upkept your
Am I not
spell,
filling this in
and
properly?
yeah, you should be on 9. Okay, but you have
Okay.
you have succeeded, so you don't need to worry.
Okay. All
But
right.
you
Well,
should
I'm
be on
just
9.
gonna. Right. Okay. I'm gonna cast bleed one more time because Adele's on a roll, and
Okay.
this
You're
is
gonna
gonna
go
be
super
boost
hot.
hits. Yeah, because and he's gonna hit. There's one which is knocked down, right?
Yes. This one here.
Okay, well, I'm gonna try and kill that. I'm not gonna boost damage. I'm just gonna boost.
You won't even need to boost a hit, by the way, because it's going to
Okay.
be defense 5 because it's knocked down.
All right, then I'm just gonna cast a normal
Yep.
bleed against it.
Yep, sounds like a good idea.
Okay.
So you hit, and you did enough damage, and it's gone.
Okay. And yeah, I figured I was out, but there you go.
Yeah,
So
so
that's
you're actually
Adele's
now
turn
on
done.
11, by the way.
Okay.
Okay, so Brutal doesn't get a turn. Justin, it's your turn, sir.
Dope. Let's see. Well, since it's right here in front of me, I think I'm gonna give that one a poke with the bayonet.
Yep, sounds good.
Combat. Where'd you go, bayonet? No, I have you somewhere on here.
Oh, your special giant fish tooth bayonet.
Yup.
That Vab made for you specially. 'Cause she loves you.
Poke.
So that is a it strikes true and does 6 damage to the mechanical. Okay, cool. You're skilled, so you can do it again.
Yeah, I'll poke him again.
Okay.
Stand back, I gotta practice my stabbing.
It's pretty alright.
This is kind of sweet. We're actually covering each other.
Yep. I'm like, duck!
I'm guessing one of those stabs went over his shoulder and the other went in between his legs and right, so that mechanical roll, your first stab slices his leg off, and then as he falls to the ground, you stab through his skull,
Neat.
ending his undead
Unlife.
existence. It's now Balasar's turn. Balasar's going to turn to face this last one. And he's going to say, "You done dented my armor."
Oh, one of his friends got hurt, so he's probably buffed.
Which friend got hurt?
Oh no, never mind.
I
It
was going to say
missed.
none of you got hurt.
Yeah, for some reason, in my brain, Adele got hit. I don't know why.
Yeah, no, none of you did.
JK. Just him. He's his own ally, right?
Oh God, he's tough.
That's funny.
So he gets knocked to the ground. Axe cutting him in half. Oh, I done goofed. It's fine. It's fine,
You done
Thomas.
goofed.
No, it's fine. I'm a good boy.
Backtracked
Oh,
you.
what did I do? What did I do?
Called the internet police.
I did GM things.
Oh, hey.
So round the corner,
To be fair, I did call that there might have been more.
a corpulent, fleshy sack with what looks like some sort of spraying device rounds the corner. It points its nozzle down towards Vab.
Hello,
And-
this is.
Sorry?
That's it. Carry on.
Alright, okay. Bile counter target roll. Vab. Gericht. So it misses Vab. It misses Justin. Oh, that will actually hit Justin because it's in the rear arc. And
Not my rear arc.
Yep. And it misses Constantine. So you will take 4 damage to your 5, sir, and you are corroded.
Oh no.
Yep. I'm just going to make you have a green spot on you. There you go. Yeah, bark thralls are pretty nasty, but they've got like the worst rat in the world.
Yeah.
The worst rat in the world.
In a world.
In a man. A cop. A renegade cop.
Oh man, this is a chunky boy.
And then the second one rounds the other corner and sprays at Adele.
Oh no.
So it misses Adele and it misses Justin. Oh no, it hits Justin. Sorry, my apologies. And does another 4 damage to the 1.
Okay. Just have 2 systems out. Systems? Wow, aspects.
Mm-hmm.
I am not a warjack.
I'm a free man.
Constantine, it is your turn, sir.
Right. I guess I shoot the one that is nearest to Vab.
Mm-hmm. Cool.
Cool. So we do that. I'm going to roll the hand cannon, even though it'll be the head cannon, but because it's not damaged already, I'll use the hand cannon.
Makes sense to me.
So it is the head cannon.
Mm-hmm.
It's the profile.
I get you.
Yeah. Cool. There you go. Take 9.
Wow, well done. It explodes in a fleshy.
That's the
wet-
noise it
In a
makes.
flashy, wet sound that goes, and acid pours out onto the ground everywhere.
Yeah, but Vab's all right.
Yeah,
Okay.
she's fine.
Okay, and then I'm going to reload.
Sorry, I should GM that. She's fine for now.
Yeah. So I'm just reloading and then.
Sure. This mechanothrall here is going to can't I touch it? Why can't I touch you? What token layer have you been put on? Okay, that one mechanical was apparently untouchable. That's very
Weird.
strange. Yeah, it's very weird. Anyway, it is going to sacrifice action to get up, and it's going to try and walk away. So Balasar's going to take a free strike there. Targeted roll, boosted damage with +2 to hit. So he hits and kills it.
Cool.
It tried to walk away. Adele, it is your turn. You cannot cast magic. You are now down to...
Adele is going to draw his ornate sword cane,
Okay.
the gift from Constantine with a wolf head, and he's going to attempt to charge the bile thrall.
Okay.
And he's probably going to yell out something along the lines of, I don't know.
Full ale.
Yes, but something a little more ornate for the flower of Lael, or something equally absurd.
Cool.
Qui sont pis en peur.
Omelette du fromage.
That's the one.
Mon petit pois.
I don't know that one.
Do
I
any
don't
of
know.
you speak French?
Hell no.
No.
Only a smattering.
Random
Parlez-vous
word.
anglais, s'il vous plaît?
Pardon.
You do no damage, by the way.
That's fine.
It looked cool.
Your sword cane bounces off an armoured piece of Mechanica.
Adele blinks and makes a mental note to ask Murta for instruction.
Justin, it is your turn.
My turn.
You take 1 damage to your... Oh no, wait. It's D3 damage in IKRPG, isn't it?
Is it?
So
Do I
you
roll
take-
to see if it goes out, or?
Yes, you do, actually. Go ahead, then. It goes out.
Aha! I will spend a feat point to heal 6.
As you should. As Balasar probably should have in his turn, but I'm dumb.
I was wondering why you didn't revitalize, but I figured you had a reason.
My reason is that I
You forgot. Duh.
didn't remember. I've been up since 6 in the morning.
Touche, salesman.
You only-
I will also be
you only
doing some.
speaks colonizer. Well,
I
French
will
did
be-
that too.
Charging. I will get to use. Where's abilities? I will use bayonet charge, so I get to basically do an assault shot.
Cool.
I think that might be overkill.
Maybe, but I'm doing it anyway because
So-
it's a rule that I have.
Justin is showing Adele how it's actually done.
No, I'm just thinking. I'm just thinking of the
There's-
gold that it costs to.
To reload,
Yeah,
to keep me in bullets.
yeah,
That's fine. Well, I think that does it.
yeah.
Does he tough?
No, these ones don't have tough.
Oh yeah, duh. Squirt, squirt.
So, as you charge the bile thrall, you fire just at the last second, and the upper half of the entire bile thrall is obliterated by your Revan Express gun. You
Just a
stab-
casual 14 damage.
Yeah, you stab your bayonet in what remains and kind of.
Yep.
Okay, combat ended.
Yeah.
So what was Justin's war cry as he charged?
Get fucked.
He does not mess about.
Adele turns around, claps Justin on the shoulder, and calls out to Vab, "Are you okay, Madame Vab?"
Fab looks quite distressed. My brother. Where's my brother?
Since Adele is at the door, he's going to step inside and call out, Does he know the name of Fab's brother?
No, I don't think you ever asked.
Hmm. Brother of Fab, we have secured the premises with Fab here. You are safe to come out.
So you've gone into the room,
Yes.
right? So in the corner of, well, not in the corner, in the far end of the forge room, you can see the shape of a little gobber body pinned to the wall, with forge tools stabbed through his shoulders into the wall behind him.
Captain, Captain, immediately, please.
Holds my pistol, like, lovingly.
Yep.
Holds the pistol. And kind of march in military time into the workshop.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm aware enough, I imagine, to see what's going on before I need Adele to explain it.
Dell simply points.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's all you'd need to do. Just 1 second before we do this, um, I would just like to remind people that this is an adult rated stream, and stuff does get real. Although not quite as real as the realest time we ever reeled, but you know. Yeah. So carry on.
Do you want to tell her, or shall I?
Can you check to see if he's still alive? We may still be able to save him, however doubtful. And
Right.
I'll
Yes.
tell her.
Of course. Uh, listen.
So walking up to Vab's brother, who was impaled onto the wall, you sense no signs of life. You do notice that a fragment of paper has been pinned to his chest via one of the tools that's been stabbed through him.
Adele wanders over, being inside, and very carefully begins to prise out the tools.
Okay.
Do I need to roll a strength check or agility check, or
No, I would imagine that you're taking time enough to ensure that you'd do it carefully.
Adele leaves the note for Constantine to look at, and he hoists the body over both of his arms and very solemnly walks out of the shop
At
and
this point,
towards Fab.
Vab spots this and immediately rushes over, full of tears. What happened? Who killed him?
We'll find out when I've read this thing. Although I've
I
got a
hope that wasn't in character, David.
What? What?
no,
Oh, so that wasn't in character, right?
no.
Okay.
I have a relatively clear idea about who's done this, and unfortunately, you're being targeted because of your association with us. But I'll just read this and see what it says.
So the note is understandably fairly sodden with blood, but you can make out scratchily written writing that says "No safe harbour." All
Right.
friends will die.
Adele very gently places the body on the ground and says to Vab, "You are, of course, more than welcome to come and stay with us. In fact, I would advise you do."
She's still quite beside herself and crying, weeping at the corpse of her brother. She she looks up at you with her big gobber eyes and says, "Thank you. It means a lot to me."
I am so sorry for your loss.
Who the fuck did this?
And
Whoever it
Adele
is,
tells
we'll
her
get 'em.
very plainly, a renegade Crix. What is the guy's name? It's not Riley, it's the other one. Gavin?
Garvin.
Gervin. Okay, thank you. And Adele says, Gervin Sheridan.
She looks at you, her eyes narrow, and she says, "I want him to suffer."
Don't we both? He is responsible for the destruction of the majority of our company.
Mm-hmm.
She looks determined and says, "I'll help you any way I can. I must avenge my brother."
Adele holds up his trenching spade and says, anything we can do to assist. Where would you like us to bury him?
"I think it would be good if he was buried here. It was the only home he ever knew."
Out of character, I was expecting to see a ping on the map.
A what?
A ping on the map.
Oh,
You know, the
right.
circle.
No, that's fine.
So Adele carries the little gobber and his spade and goes to where Vab directs him
Mm-hmm.
and begins digging.
All right. Any of you doing anything else?
What kind of race was this? What kind of religion was this gobber? Was he a Dunian? Are they the Dunians?
Most gobbers are Dunians, yeah.
So does does Justin know anything about last rites for? That's the question I'm going to ask.
Probably fumble my way through it as best I can.
Yeah, I
At
mean,
least what I remember.
you would know certain things, yeah.
Yeah. So yeah, I'll sort of do my best to, give them what I can.
Yeah. Okay. Let's do our best for him then.
Okay, so while Justin and Adele are digging the wee little gobber hole, Vab goes into her workshop, or what remains of it, and constructs a marker to place at the site. And she passes it over to them as they start to fill in the hole, and she tosses in a few nuts and bolts before they fill in the hole. You might assume that this is some sort of mechanics tradition.
Adele hands her his wine flask.
She takes a good gulp.
Is Vab going to come and stay with us? Does she want to?
You haven't asked her yet.
Okay.
Oh, Adele did.
Oh, right.
So he said that she's welcome to come and stay with them. So.
All right. She accepts that offer.
Okay. Adele turns to Vab when all this is done and says, shall we load Tin Boy onto our cart? And you can gather up any effects that you wish to bring along?
She says, "Thank you. You don't actually have your cart here, by the way."
We
Oh.
can go get it. It's not an issue.
No. You don't need to. There's literally a cart right there.
Yeah.
Oh, by the way, guys, Riker's still upset that we killed Drakios.
Well, you know.
Righty ho. So
Nice.
you guys empty the wagon out from what scrap and junk it did have. The two Trollkin help Vab with constructing a makeshift winch and generally troll handle the.
Troll handle.
You're not man. You can't manhandle. You troll handle. The light warjack into the cart. She then starts nipping about the scrapyard, piling bits and pieces into the wagon, and avoiding everybody's eye contact. She seems quite distressed, but she seems to be taking bits and pieces that she wants to, and gathers up her tools as well.
Adele is going to look around and see if there's anything useful in the scrapyard, and if and when he brushes against Fab, he says, "And if there is anything at all that I can do, please don't hesitate. Consider me at your personal disposal at all time."
So you're trying to loot through the scrapyard whilst she's just buried her brother, Rock's fall.
He's just looking to see if there's anything useful that he
Yeah.
thinks that she might be interested in.
Yeah, no worries. You rolled a 12. Just 1 second. Catch you later, Riker. Good having you hanging out in the chat. See you later, buddy.
Bye, Riker.
So you don't find anything particularly interesting. Okay, so with the cart fully laden up, is anyone doing anything else?
Nope.
Out of interest, does Fab have anything in her forge that we could use to repair our own forge?
She's already collected pieces off the forge.
Okay, cool.
It's
I was
almost like I
just a
planned
stray
it.
thought. Yeah, funny how that happens.
Yeah, it's almost like I'm doing GM things. Alrighty, so you guys doing anything else?
I've got nothing.
Adele turns to Constantine and says, "What about the mechanothrals? Can we really just leave them lying around here? Should we burn them or something? Or report them to the authorities?"
We definitely report them to the authorities. Definitely
And
report them to the authorities.
Adele
Did you
begins
say
the
you want
grim,
to?
Yeah.
Right. Okay.
the grim task of hacking off another mechanical thrall fist as evidence.
Balasar looks at you and says, "I'm getting pretty worried about this. If we keep being the ones reporting the cricks, it might end up causing more problems than good things. They might
Yes.
start thinking we've got something to do with it."
Well, we haven't got anything to do with it. It's only the right thing to do. Otherwise, other people are going to suffer if this keeps happening, and the watch aren't aware of it.
Okay. Whatever you say, boss. And he starts just cleaning his axe of decaying body parts. Alrighty. So at this injunction, I'm going to do another giveaway.
Giveaway!
This one is going to be for a pistol wraith painted by myself.
Ooh.
Yeah. Pistol wraith painted by myself. Very useful for any IKRPG GM. They're a really good bad guy, and you can always find interesting ways to integrate them into a campaign. So this one's going to be for subscribers. So I'm just going to do a /RD8. And that will go to Zillamandi. So I'll get in contact. She's not watching at the minute. I think she's got her own stream going at the minute. So I will contact her later. And if she doesn't want it, I will find somebody else on the list. Alrighty. In fact, actually, it's 11:15, so I'm just going to do another one. This one can be for followers, and this will be another token set. Another War Machine token set. So I'm going to do this for anyone that is currently in the chat. Right, so there's currently 1, 2, 3, 4. I'm going to refresh it just so it's as up to date as possible. So there's currently 11 in. So /RD11. 10. So that's rank cast. Rank cast, you have won a.
Oh, hey, that's me.
Oh, very nice. And I do believe you follow me on Twitch, so
I do.
you've won that, sir.
Sweet. Just have to figure out what ungodly amount shipping is going to be.
We'll figure it out tomorrow or another time. And
Yeah.
if it's like exorbitant and you're not that bothered, we'll sort a different prize for you.
We'll figure it out.
Yeah.
It'll work out.
Either way, you'll get something.
Sweet.
Alrighty. So we will crack on. Where do you guys want to go? What do you want to do?
Well,
you first, JP.
seems like right now we probably want to sort of circle the wagons, as it were. Maybe find out who else they might go after because they've been associated with us and warn them.
Alrighty.
I don't know. Does that sound good to you folks?
Well, in Laelese, Adele addresses Constantine and says, "You know, it may be worth hiring more than just Francois. If we're gathering our allies into our base, then it becomes a target."
That makes me worry about Sam. Right? Yes, we need muscle.
So the thought is
Yeah.
that anyone that
Let's
you've
go to
associated
Sam
with could
first.
be a potential victim.
Yeah. If anyone
Oh,
really-
there goes that logging camp. The widow. Who else do we got that we've hung out with?
We don't know where the widow is.
Right.
the widows.
Also, I don't think you guys were friends.
I mean,
Adele
we're
was friendly.
associated.
Oh, that widow, not the other widow. Right? Okay.
Thurin's Rest widow.
Oh yeah, no, the widow that I think you might have been thinking about, David.
Yeah,
she dead. She died in the purge of the widows and the orphans.
F's in the chat for the widows and orphans.
Yeah.
So Adele suggests to Constantine still in Laelese, why don't we take Fab back to base? Murta's there, Francois's there, the Wolf's there. Base should be good. Let's go check on Sam, and then maybe we could circle around to the logging camp and, if there's time, clear up this whole mess of my bounty.
Yeah. Okay, that sounds good. Go and check on Sam. Go back to base. Check everything's okay. Yeah.
Okay. So you guys are heading back to your base first. As you draw the cart, because there is no horse, so Balasar and Jostin are pulling it. As you're rounding the corner away from it, Vab takes one last look back at her previous home, tears streaming down her face. She sighs, her head points down towards the ground, and she trudges on alongside you all. We are now back
Adele
at...
pats her shoulder in the most awkward way imaginable, even for Adele.
Yep. Alrighty. So I think you guys are back in base now. Cool. There we go. You're back at base.
So Adele calls out to Mograt, and
Margaret comes running.
Adele introduces Mograt to Vab, and he introduces Vab as a very special lady, and Mograt is to make sure she has everything that she needs, but otherwise not to bother her. And then Adele shows Vab up to the room that he's currently residing in. Actually, no, that's a really bad idea. He takes her to his old room, and gives her that space. He doesn't want her anywhere near the diary of Riley,
The secret room.
the secret room.
Yeah, okay.
That's off limits. And he'll give
Margaret looks
Vab
at
the
you.
tour.
You've got new friends? Okay, I'll go.
Adele smiles and
No, he's already gone.
calls after him. Thank you, Margaret. See you later. Don't let any strange undead people in.
So, Balasar comes in the side door carrying an anvil that was stowed on the cart amongst all the other choice bits that Vab took, and he thonks it down into the middle of the forge room with this huge hollow kind of dong, and Mac just lights up. So
Good to see it smile on the guy, little guy's face.
So just GM speak. You now have the tools in the forge. Okay.
Do we have anything left for the forge?
What do you mean anything left for the forge? What do you mean?
Because I thought that we needed some kind of furnace.
She
thing.
brought the parts that you'd have needed.
Okay.
Because when Mac originally had you make inquiries, you guys spoke to her about what you needed. And she's intelligent, so she knew and remembered what you guys were missing, so she brought those parts. Because she's good like that.
Adele is going to have a brief word with Mac and warn him that that Vab has lost. How many brothers did she have? Was it 3? 2?
Two.
2. One on the boat recently, and one just now.
No. The one on the boat didn't die. That was the one that you just found in the forge room. So one died in the first encounter when the protection money arseholes attacked with a warjack. He got punched into a wall. The other one died just today.
Okay.
So he was on the boat with the scrap, with the junk hulk, but he didn't die. He took over driving the boat when she went underneath.
Yeah, that's right. Anyway, Adele relays all of that, and says just be sensitive. Try not to have too much fun with the new forge.
Yep.
It comes with a blood
Brilliant.
price.
Hello, Zulumandi. I have news for you. You won this. You won a pistol wraith painted by me. It was a giveaway about 15 minutes ago, I think. Anyway, you won it. Right, so what are you guys planning on? So I think, David, you were saying that you wanted to check on Sam. I believe that was your priority.
Yeah, well, he's associated with us.
And he's a child.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. So
he-
you guys
he
want to head
fit
down
it.
to Hospice Island?
Yeah.
Okay.
I guess we didn't alert any of the authorities on our way back to base.
I mean, you can do if you wanted to.
Sam's the priority.
Yeah.
Alrighty, so you immediately pick up some food, refill your water canteens, and head on south across to Captain's Island, and then down across to Hospice Island to go to the Morrowan Chapel, where Sam has been living since his grandmother died. God, I like writing tragic character stories. Anyway, so you approach the chapel. Go for it.
Okay, stride up to the front door of the chapel and kind of pound on the
The
door
door's open.
to announce our arrival, and then walk in.
Okay.
And look around to see if we can find the pastor that we spoke to previously.
Yeah, you
Adele is
certainly.
going to keep watch outside. Sorry, didn't hear you, Tom. You go ahead.
No, that's fine. So, you sorry. you find the Moran priest that runs the chapel. He's towards the back of the church talking to a woman, and they seem to be quite animated in conversation.
Okay, who's the woman?
You don't know. You've never seen her before.
Walk over and kind of stand at the side without getting involved, just kind of waiting my turn.
Make a detection roll.
Has that gone through?
Okay, so they were trying to not be overheard, but you can hear them talking about the dead and what to do about it.
Okay, don't want to intrude on their conversation, but if they, I mean, are they aware of me?
Yeah, you walked. So because the door's quite big and it's daytime, you would have been silhouetted as you walked into the chapel. Because, like, imagine it like an old English church. Um, it's not well illuminated inside. There are windows and such. Oh, thanks for the tip, Adria. It's really kind of you. Thanks very much. So yeah, they know you're here. You didn't try and sneak in. They're aware of you, and as you get closer, the priest says, you hear him say, "Ah, these are the ones that I was talking about." And to that, the woman turns to you and greets you and says, hello. Your reputation precedes you. You must be Captain Constantine?
That's correct.
Sorry, I didn't hear that.
Yeah, that's correct.
Well, I understand that you've done good services for the church in the past.
I don't serve the church.
I never said you served the church. I said you did good service for the church.
Yeah, just so we're clear.
You saved this young boy.
That's right.
Indeed. Well, I'm Lady Greyvine, Pauline Greyvine, and I'm a member of a particular organisation. You've probably heard of us, the Order of Illumination.
Ooh.
I came here to investigate it on behalf of the brother here. Apparently, last night there was an attempted incursion of the undead upon this chapel. Thankfully, the holy grounds and the chaplain staff managed to fend them off, but something must have been prompting their actions, and I've come to investigate.
Out of character, I said that Adele was outside. How close to the outside is any of this? Did he hear
Right at the
any of
back.
what was said?
Right at the back. If you were outside, you heard nothing.
Okay, cool.
Hello?
Well, what did you have any questions? Can I offer any help?
Well, I just wondered if you knew any reason why the undead might be in the city and active, and if you would be interested in helping me in investigating this.
I got a pretty good idea about why the dead are active in the city, but why should I tell you?
Well, I'm a member of good standing in the Order of Illumination.
That doesn't impress
Okay, fine.
me. Give me something tangible. What aid can you offer us?
Well, my specialty knowledge, my strength in arms, and that of my associate. And she points towards a man that's sat in one of the pews praying.
What does he look like?
To make it easy, he looks like a precursor knight.
Right, okay. So you've got a precursor knight, and does she look like an illuminated one?
Yep.
Right. Just the two of you?
At the moment, but there's interesting parties joining all the time. We seek to stoke the faithful and drive evil from this city.
Well, I think I might be a very different kind of faithful from that you're used to.
Oh, I've been made aware of your religious affiliations by the chaplain, and believe you me, it's not a problem for us. We're not expecting you to convert, but evil to us is evil to Menoth, is it not?
Depends on what methods you use to combat evil. But that's by the by. This particular evil would definitely, I think, fall into the same camp on both of our perspectives.
Yes, we cannot allow the undead to exist.
So, what do you need to know? More specifically.
Well, you mentioned that you might know a reason why they are here. Would
What
you be
do you already know of me and my company?
I know that they are that you are mercenaries, and that you helped save the life of a young boy who resides here. Beyond that, the chaplain himself did not know much.
Mm-hmm.
He imparted that he believes that you are good men.
Okay. Um, hmm.
Out of character, it's been a few moments since they've been talking, hasn't it?
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
Okay, well, Adele is going to poke his head round the door and call out, Captain, is everything all right back there? Did you find Sam?
By the by, you haven't seen Sam yet.
That's got to be my next.
Sorry.
Before we go any further, and I'm
Yep.
going to turn to the brother. I'm guessing Morrowind brother, pastor,
Yeah, yeah, sure.
minister. What's his title?
Oh God, I don't know.
Okay. So I turn to him and say, Pastor, where is young Sam?
Young Sam, fortunately, was in his chambers, um, praying at the time of the incursion. He thankfully did not see any of the abominations. Thank Morrow. He is fine. He's in his room if you wish to speak to him.
And you're certain he's fine?
Absolutely. We maintain protecting him to be our highest priority.
Good. Well, it seems we are on a similar, are of a similar mindset then.
Yes, the protection of the next generation is of the utmost importance. The children are our future.
Yes, perhaps. Right. Okay. I need to speak to Adele before we go any further because I'm about to involve the Order of Illumination and they might not like him very much.
Well, with him being a Theramite and everything.
That's
Well,
fair.
yeah.
Just
That
don't let them find out. Problem solved.
Yeah.
it is rather more concerning for him than it would be for me that we're getting involved with the Order of Illumination.
Well, the
And
Order
I'm
of
not.
Illumination do not care that you're a Menite.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I know. But I care.
Yeah.
The-
Yeah, but just like for
They might-
transparency, they would not try and do anything to you because, like, their point of view
yeah,
is,
and
oh, you're a Menite, fine, crack on.
Yeah. They're like, cool. You do you,
unless
dude.
unless you were like a protectorate one that was trying to, you know, bring down the country from within, they're not bothered.
yeah. Fair enough. Right. Okay.
So, like the Signaran Order of Illumination, if you were Menite in a Signaran city, then they might question, why are you here?
Yeah.
Why are you carrying weapons? You know, that kind of thing. But you're in
Yeah.
a Nordic city. You know, Ord and the Protectorate are not at war. Anyhow, that's all. That's all beside the point. So you want to speak to Adele? So
Yeah.
I guess you walk outside and speak to Adele.
Okay. So you and I have perhaps, walk up to Adele, like, indicate to him that there may be a conversation we need to have where no one can overhear us, and then once we're out of earshot, start saying to him, right, so here's the situation. You and I may have had disagreements in the past over religion, and it's certainly something that I have come to live with. Oh. And there'll be a short intervention. Short intermission.
Oh, I think he might be back.
Oh, hello.
Right, okay. So, I know you and I have had disagreements in the past about your faith, but it's something that I have come to terms with. However,
Wait, hang on. Sorry. Are you talking to Adele?
Yeah, he
Yes.
is. Yeah.
Okay, so the last thing I heard was you saying that Sam's welfare was the highest priority with the Order of Illumination woman, and that's when Discord died for me.
right, okay. So, I said I need to speak to my company first, and I've left them inside the chapel, and I've come out to speak to you, and kind of ushered you away from the vicinity of the chapel so that we can have a conversation where there's not where the walls perhaps don't have ears. If that makes sense.
Yeah, absolutely. I was just waiting for you to continue.
Right. So, I know you and I have had disagreements in the past over matters of faith. However, it's something I have come to terms with, and I am willing to work with you. However, we're being offered the support and the aid of the Order of Illumination, and they might cause you problems more significant than I could cause you. How do you feel about that?
Are you asking for my personal opinion or my professional opinion?
Let's hear both.
Professionally, I believe that given the threat we're facing, um, we could use all the help that we could get. And personally, I feel that it may cripple my capacity slightly as well. You saw that little fiasco earlier with, and he taps the wolf-headed sword cane. If I'm reduced to this. So the question becomes whether it is more use to the group, our company, if I am at full capacity or if I'm swinging sticks around. And he hefts his walking stick taken from the rat warlock.
Are we really in a position to turn down help?
No, I don't believe we are. Why don't I have a word with the lady and see what happens, and you can judge based on her interactions how we should proceed.
That is perhaps a good way of proceeding. Okay, so we'll walk back to the chapel
Adele
boat.
is going to hold outside and say, "Why don't you have her meet us out here?"
Okay. So I'll kind of wander in and
Sorry, Andrew just said that's my bloody stick because that was his NPC's character.
so
By the
wander
way,
in.
It's been taken
for
care of.
reference, I did give that stick stats, and it's pretty garbage, but it is a magical weapon,
Yeah,
and it's
it's
like
like POW like 2, but
-1 to hit. But the
yeah,
thing is, I think it's the only magical weapon you guys have.
it is.
Yep.
So like, it's actually pretty valuable.
It's a nice walking stick.
I don't know for certain, Tom, and I don't know if this is the intention, but isn't most Orgoth technology magical?
Who has Orgoth technology?
Well, we think we do, don't we?
You think you do.
Yeah.
You don't know you do.
Well, okay, just fine.
Fine.
You've had no way of knowing if it's magical or not.
No, we don't. But we've got
And
the
and
shield.
the interesting thing is, I don't think Constantine would hand it over to anyone to let them check.
No, no, obviously not.
He loves his
It is
gun.
too precious to him.
Right.
Very precious. Anywho, yeah, you guys were talking. I think you said, Adele, that you wanted to speak to her and check and see how it went.
Yes, Adela's standing outside of the chapel.
We'll go in, and I'll say to her, a member of my company would like to speak to you, but does not wish to come inside. And then ask if she wishes to, Lady Greyvine, if she wishes to go and speak to Constantine, to Adele outside.
She says, yeah, sure. Is there any reason he doesn't want to come in?
It's for him to say. It's not my place, really.
Okay, fair enough. I'll follow you, I guess.
Okay. So I'll lead her outside, and then yeah. Adele, this is Lady Greyvine. Not entirely sure what branch of the aristocracy she is from. And Lady Greyvine, this is Count Fitzlale, late of Lale.
Out of character. Now I can't do my Murtagh impression of, "Oi, mate."
Yes.
She holds out her hand.
Adele executes a perfect bow. Do I need to roll etiquette for this? And kisses her hand.
Yeah, sure. Roll etiquette. You know, you've barely rolled today.
Watch as I fail. In fact, I'm going to boost this. So I'm going to hit it and then I'm going to roll since I can't boost it in one.
Wait, do you have etiquette as a skill?
It should do.
Yeah, I absolutely do.
Yeah, so if you wanted to boost it, you could. So you rolled a 15. She says, "Oh, so you are a gentleman of standing as well."
Well, former standing, I might say, milady, as my lands are now lost to me and to my family. But yes, I wished to make your acquaintance, and I hope you do not mind that I did not wish to step foot inside the chapel. You are a lady of the illumination?
Yes. You notice her chestnut-coloured hair draped across her shoulders. She does not seem to be as rigid or as uptight as your childhood would have been led you to believe about Order of Illumination, because as a Theramite you would have been told stories about them.
Probably horror stories about children being dragged out of their beds and set
Yep.
on fire.
Yep.
How old is she roughly?
She looks to be in her 20s. She's attractive, chestnut hair, about 5'8".
Okay, Adela's going to roll detection to see if he notices a wedding ring or a signet ring on her
Sure.
hand.
You see no ring.
Okay, and
No
Adele,
jewellery at all, save for the Moron Radiance on a simple chain around her neck.
Adele very carefully reaches into his potion satchel, which he bought the previous session, as everyone will recall,
Yes.
and very carefully withdraws a wrapped up mechanical fist and says, "I hope you understand why I did not want to profane the hallowed grounds," and carefully unwraps it, and still using the
Dude, that's
cloth
good.
beneath it, holds it out to her and says,
Like, if you didn't already have a
"We
feat
just..."
point, you gain a feat point for that.
Oh, thank you.
That
Actually,
was
I
that was
need
good
that
role
back.
playing. No, that was good role playing. I like it. Like that
And,
being your reason for not wanting to go in the church. I like it.
It's pretty.
and he says, "We just re-slew these.
What's that? Sorry, what did you say?
We just slew," and then he pauses. "Re-slew? Question mark. These."
Ah, the Crixian undead. A blight upon the entire south coast, I'm afraid.
Indeed, indeed.
Yes, these are the very same that attempted to attack the this chapel last night. Its locals managed to keep them repelled, no doubt aided by the holy ground. Um, and you say you managed to fight them off also?
Yes, they attacked a scrapyard with which we have been
But why would
accruing.
they attack a scrapyard?
That is a very good question, milady. But we were going to report these to the authorities, but Sam obviously was priority, and since you are the highest authority of the land now, I present it to you.
Well, thank you, I guess. I will have my associate carry it because I don't wish to touch it.
Of course not. And Adele very carefully rewraps it and offers, using gestures, to put it back in his satchel,
Oh no no
happy
no!
to play the pack move.
It's fine. He will arrange for some sort of sack or a box in which to carry it back to our base of operations, where we will investigate to see if there are any unique markings or manners of construction which might enable us to put some sort of link to which faction or association of Cricks this is. You might not be aware, but there are a great many infactions within the Nightmare Empire.
Indeed, I would love to hear and learn more, milady. Indeed, has our captain recounted our various encounters
I
with
can't
the
remember if he did.
Crixian undead?
Um, I think I alluded to it without actually doing it.
Right, okay. So, do you want to tell her?
Because I would be more than happy to place myself at your disposal, milady, for sharing any information I could. Um, but of course, sharing such things is perhaps best done when fortified, and it is simply uncivilized to fortify oneself without fine cuisine.
Are you asking me to dinner, sir?
If I might be so bold, I would love to, but only if it is in a professional capacity.
Indeed. Well, you are welcome to come to speak with us further at our headquarters.
It would be my pleasure and my honor. Any way I could assist you, Lady Greyvine.
Do you wish to do you wish to know where we are based?
Well, I assumed that you would make it known. Unless, of course, you prefer for me to find it on my own. I'm
Oh
sure
no
I
no no!
could.
I'm sure you would never find it. We are currently in only modest holdings, having only recently arrived in the city. Um, we've taken over a warehouse in the Cathedral District um, of Captain's Island. So, is it Captain's Island? I honestly can't remember. It doesn't matter right now. I'll figure it out when I'm not sleep deprived. but she's near the Moron Cathedral in the city. Is where she's based herself. She tells you where it is.
Wonderful.
Okay.
Shall we say 8 o'clock?
What, this evening? Very good.
Wonderful.
Well, I bid you good day then. I assume you wish to speak to the lad.
Well, if you are off, I'm happy to accompany you. And I'm sure the rest of my companions will.
No, that need not be necessary. We have our investigations to take part in. Come, Manfred. And the precursor knight, who is a hefty tall boy, gets up out of the pew from within the church, stopping praying, comes out. She motions to him to pick up the bag, and he hefts it, and they walk off.
Dell
down
isn't
the road.
handing over his bag. He just hands over the wraps up.
Yeah, that's fine. He takes that.
And Adele says, "Well, if you ever do require a liaison, please do bear in mind my offer, and I will see you tonight at 8 o'clock, milady."
See you this evening.
And he smiles.
What? Sorry, I just threw up in my mouth.
What did you do that for?
I thought you might have been.
Because of the simpering nature of Adele during all that.
Fair.
Look, I'm trying to roleplay Lael as best as I can.
Yeah, no, you're doing well. You're doing well. I just have a tolerance level, and you nearly surpassed it in terms of just sickening. Ugh.
That is my aim every game.
No,
with
it
you, Tom.
works. It works. Andrew thinks you're very smooth, by the way. Right, so
Thank you.
I'm guessing David wants to get to the important part.
Which is going to speak to Sam.
Yeah, which is what he wanted to do in the first place. So you go to the rear of the chapel and into the living quarters area. You go to the same room that you went to last time. You are stood at the door.
For the door.
Okay. You hear his voice say, "Come in."
You seem remarkably bright, Sam.
Yes. Well, I heard that the monsters tried to attack, but they managed to fight them off.
Yes, monsters have been rather active these last few days.
Yes. I want to fight them. I want to fight them one day, when I'm stronger.
How would you like to do that exactly?
I don't know.
You've been looked after?
Yes, they've been feeding me and giving me books to read, and teaching me how to read.
What books have they given you?
Well, they gave me this one, and he shows you the Moran Bible
The IKRPG!
in Caridian, but it's not the cool one from Adventure Time. And he says, and they've been giving me some of these, and they're just like kids, like reading books.
I think that one might be a little bit too advanced for you. Would you mind if I took it?
Well, Father Thomas said that it was mine. It was a gift.
Okay, that's fair enough.
But if you want it, then
No,
you
Sam.
can have it.
I'd never take anything from you.
I do owe you everything.
Are you happy here?
Well,
Happy there.
I miss my grandmother dearly, but it's better than the gutter.
You wouldn't prefer to come and stay with the company.
The company?
Yes, the mercenary company.
Would you teach me to fight?
Well, we'd keep you safe, and you'd be in the company of some. Well, how do I say this? Some.
Do you remember how old he is, by the way?
How old is he?
He's like 6.
Oh, I thought he was older than that.
No. No, he's a kid.
This is probably the best place for you, Sam.
Will you still come visit
Of course.
and tell me your adventures?
I'll come visit and tell you my adventures and give you something better to read.
More books. I do love reading.
Yeah.
You have books on you.
Yeah, but nothing that I want to give to him right now.
I take it you're going to try and give him a canon of the true law.
Of course, yeah.
Yeah. So that's going to be your downtime next time, finding him a copy.
On the canon of the true law, copy of the canon of the true law. I
Yeah.
need to go to temple anyway. I haven't been for a while.
Yeah. I think that's a downtime thing for next time.
Yeah. Oh, this, and I'm going to take the Menifex that I have, a symbol of faith, and say, this is very special to me, but I'd like you to look after it.
Oh, is this yours? Thank you. Thank you, Constantine.
Just look after it. And if
I
anyone
will.
asks, it was a gift from me.
Okay. I'll keep it safe.
Really good.
All right. Anything more?
Nope, no, that's it from me.
Brilliant. Well, I think we've hit midnight now, so I'm going to do one more giveaway, and this is going to be for a painted Royal Guard Striker IKRPG model, which I'm now showing off on the camera. So I'm just going to do a draw for that now, and we will see who gets to go home with that. You'll just bear with me. Slash RD8. And that is maintain a 0. So maintain a 0 if you are. I don't know if you're in chat anymore, but if not, I will message you. And if you don't want that, we can see about exchanging it for something else. Other than that, thank you all for watching. I hope you enjoyed this session. I certainly did. Thanks for coming out to celebrate the channel making affiliate. It means a lot to me. Do any of you guys have anything you wanted to say? We are going to raid into Riker because he's currently streaming. Any of you guys got anything you want to say?
Yes, just before we wrap up, Adele comments to Justin. She had strong arms, didn't she? Thanks for running this, Tom.
Yeah, no worries.
Appreciate it.
You're very welcome. And for anyone else watching, we'll see you same time next week. We're going to raid over into Striker now. We're going... I can't English. We're going to raid over into Riker's Iron now.
Me for English? That's impossible.
Yeah. And we are out, guys.
Well, that was a lot of fun.
Yeah, it was good.